easy, so we just talk about the terms and some of the things to be aware of. Everything works hierarchically. In other words, if you can't get into an org, you're not going to be able to see fields. You can't do step 4 if you can't get through step 1 successfully. And step 1 is access to the org. What tools do you have to control access to an org? Globally, you have something called trusted IP ranges. We go to network access. That is the link that we go to in setup to set up trusted IP ranges. What trusted IP ranges basically say is this is a range of IPs where any device that falls within this range does not have to authenticate based on a cookie in a browser. Okay, it is a global setting, a declarative global setting. Then, profile by profile, we can set specific IP ranges. That's a restriction. It says somebody with this profile can only log into Salesforce with a device that falls within an IP range, or can only log into Salesforce in particular hours. Okay, so login hours, login IP ranges are profile-based, and again, they cannot be put into a permission set. So if you are using login hours and you want to restrict users, let's say from 9 to 5, and you have people working in all sorts of time zones, you're going to need multiple profiles to use login hours. Okay. Login hours track back to your corporate time zone. So if I'm located in California, okay, that's going to be one profile if I'm using login hours for 9 to 5. If I'm located in New York, I'm going to need another profile, okay, because now it's going to be 12 to, right? Is that right? 12 to 8. If I'm located in Chicago, it's going to be 11 to 7. And I'm terrible with converting time zones. Okay. So think about login hours. It is something that you have to consider. It tracks back to your corporate time zone. You cannot put it in a permission set. So if you have multiple things that you want to accomplish, you're going to need multiple profiles. Next is object access. Once I can get into my org, then I look at what objects I want to give users access to. First, it's based on license. Why? Because, for example, Chatter licenses don't allow access to objects. Okay. Then we look object by object, and this is set on the profile level, and we assign cred, create, read, edit, delete. Right. This is not, and a profile never does tell you which records. It is the permission you have to an object. For any record that you have access to, whatever that record might be, can you read it? Can you edit it? Can you delete it? Okay. Can you create new records in that object? It's permission, and it is profile based. And you can use permission sets, permission set groups to add and increase access. Okay. And again, it's for any record you have access to in an object. And so we go object by object on the profile to set cred. Then when we talk about record access, This is the one step that is not profile-based. Okay. We start by locking down an object to its most restrictive state. And we go again, object by object throughout an organization. And we say, is there just one person who shouldn't see just one record in a particular object? And if there is, we look at OWD, organization-wide default settings. We're going to talk about that in just a second. That is our most restrictive level of access to records not owned. Then a role hierarchy opens up access vertically. We have two different kinds of sharing rules, owner-based, criteria-based. And when we talk about sharing one record at a time, we have the sharing button and we have teams. We have 3 different types of teams, and only 3: account teams, opportunity teams, case teams. Case teams are turned on by default out of the box. Account and opportunity teams, the admin has to turn on, enable. Finally, if you have access to an object, we set access to the fields on that object using field level security. Again, it's profile based. If someone does not have field level security for a particular field, that field is totally invisible to them. It's invisible on a report. If a report has that field as a column, they won't see it. They won't see the column. They don't know it's there. If it's on a page, they won't see it. If it's on a list view, it's not going to show up. It's just not there. Permanently, it's just not there. They can't search for it, not there. Page layout here is kind of not necessarily the right place, because controlling access to a field, which you can on a particular page, is just for the page. It is not universal. Okay? I can go to a page layout and make a field read-only, okay, or required, but it's only for that page. So that field might be editable anywhere else, okay, and it might not be required anywhere else. So I don't like to put that here, but it always is. When we talk about, and let me just back up 1 minute here. When we talk about record access, this entire process here is predicated on 2 facts. One is, if you own a record, you have full access to that record. What does that mean? It means it's yours. It means that you can see it, you can edit it, you can give it to somebody else, you can delete it, you can do whatever you want to it as long as your profile allows you to, given the appropriate profile permission. What does that mean? That means in a profile, if a record owner is assigned to a profile that does not have delete for that object, even though they own the record, they can't delete because they're not going to see the delete button because it's not on their profile. Okay. So ownership is, you own it. It is yours. But what about everybody else in your company? And that's why we go through this process. Sure, we have the people who own the records, but only one person can own a record. That's not true. Queues can own records too. We'll talk about that in a little bit later. But let's assume it's a person, a user owning a record. They own the record. What about everybody else in your company? And that's why we go through our data record steps, where we look and we decide what everybody who is not a record owner should do and see in a particular object. And our base, most restricted level is OWD. If we make OWD private for an object, it means owners only. If we want everybody who doesn't own the record to be able to see it, report on it if they can report, view it, search for it, we can make it public read. If we want non-owners to be able to edit it, we make it public read write. Once we start restricting access to records, people who need to see them may not be able to. If we make an object private, okay, that means owners only. Well, management isn't going to be able to see records they need to see. So we implement a role hierarchy. A role hierarchy passes ownership privileges vertically through your organization, and it works only vertically. That way, people in higher levels at higher roles in your role hierarchy inherit ownership rights as if they were owners. Think about it as they become the record owner. They become the rep. They become the person who owns the record. And they have the same privileges as the owner. Okay. If you do not want an object to be included in your role hierarchy, remember in OWD, you can opt out. That object can be opted out. I guess that's the word. If you look all the way to the right in OWD, you'll see a checkbox. And that checkbox is what allows records in that object to be included in your role hierarchy. So for example, if you have an object that's confidential and you don't want it to be part of your role hierarchy, you just uncheck that checkbox, which basically says, should I share this with my hierarchy? Okay, so that is something you might see. We always have exceptions to a role hierarchy because a role hierarchy works vertically. And remember, as I mentioned earlier, if you forget to give somebody a role, their records aren't going to pass up. They will not be shared. To handle exceptions, we have sharing rules, two types. Object, all based on particular objects. We have owner-based and we have criteria-based. Owner-based sharing rules are an actual owner, okay? User is an owner, okay? Or roles, and subordinates in public groups, okay? Criteria-based are things like only closed-won opportunities, only high-priority cases. Those would be criteria-based. Or you may see, which is something to keep in mind, all high-priority cases. Remember, all high-priority cases is not all cases. It's just high priority cases, even though it has the word all in there. So when you read these questions on your exam, make sure you know exactly what they mean. All priority cases are not the same as all cases. All priority cases would be criteria-based. And then manual sharing. Remember, you will not see sharing rules or the sharing button if you have an object that is set to public read write, because there is nothing left to share. When we look at our sharing model, you can only increase sharing. You cannot take sharing away. Okay, so Sharing rules will only increase. Manual sharing button will only be there if there is something left to share. Okay. And teams, account, opportunity, and case teams. If you see a question that talks about sharing individual records, one at a time, we're talking here. So when they talk about sharing one opportunity, or one account, or one case, or one lead, remember there are no lead teams, but you have a sharing button. And if it's public read write, nothing left to share, you won't see the sharing button. Remember, again, account and opportunity teams have to be enabled, and that they share the same pick list as far as responsibility of the team members. And we call that pick list team roles. It has nothing to do with your role hierarchy. It's just the description of what somebody does on that team. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. And when we get back, we're going to put what we've discussed together and see if we can come up with a solution. What I'm going to do is leave this up on the screen, okay? And I'm going to, let's take 10 minutes. And when we get back, we're going to see, so take some time if you would, and see if you can come up with the solution to these 6 questions, and we will discuss them, okay? So give me a second, let me set a timer. Let's take 10 minutes. Okay, and let me see if I can make this smaller. And let's take a look at those questions. Is that going to make it smaller? Oh, I didn't want that. Let's see if I can do it. Ha! I'm not having any luck. Let's try that. There we go. Now it's better. Okay, 10 minutes. All right, let me see if I can make this a little smaller. And take a look at the questions. And when we get back, and of course it's not cooperating, we'll do 10 minutes this way. When it comes to 10, we'll be okay. Okay? I will see you all on the other side in 10 minutes. Let me just see if I can put this somewhere so you can see it. Okay, there we go. So take 10. Okay, welcome back. A couple of things just to reiterate. One is that I see several of you are raising your hands. Please, if you have questions, go to FAQ at CERT Days, and you hopefully will get your questions answered, or join the admin user group for certification, which you can find on Trailhead. Okay, I cannot answer any raised hands. Secondly, we will be taking breaks throughout to keep you all fresh. There's a lot of information here. And so there'll be 10 minutes each, and we'll take several of them depending on how we do time-wise. Thirdly, I hope that you had some time to take a look at these requirements, because these are scenarios that you might see. So let's take a look and see how we answer these. All right, so step number 1 said the marketing director manages marketing associates and interns. The director needs to modify and report on all leads and campaigns owned by his team. All right, when we're talking about the manager and that there are different types of employees or users that she are managing, okay, we are talking about a role hierarchy of some sort. Now, do we build the role hierarchy first? Not necessarily, but we need to be aware that that is something we're going to need. The thing is, sometimes we're not really sure what we're going to end up with. So we need to leave ourselves options. And that's what's happening in this case. We don't know at this point with step number 1 if we're going to need 2 roles for the subordinates or 1. Okay, so we're going to just kind of leave it on hold. Next, in step number 2, it says the director and the associates need to create, read, edit, and delete leads and campaigns, but interns should only read and edit leads and campaigns. So I have 2 different requirements for permissions. Where do those permissions go? How do I set object permissions? I do it with profiles. And again, there are 2 possibilities. We can create 1 profile that handles everybody and just allow read and edit, and then include a permission set for the create and delete for the associates, or we can have 1 profile for the associates and 1 profile for the interns. Both are perfectly fine. In the CERT exam, a lot of the questions are going to be picked 2. Okay, so thinking about the scenario in both of the first 2 items, you might have one where the answer would be create a profile and then add a permission set, which would be valid, or create 2 profiles. Third, interns need to view and edit only leads and campaigns related to specific projects they're working on. When we see specific, only, 1, each, not each. When we're talking about a specific record or a few records, really when we're trying to give access to 1 at a time. As I mentioned, our choices are Teams or the sharing button. Because if we only want a specific record, that implies that we don't want to show whomever it is all the records. So we need to start, if that's the case, by locking things down in OWD. Because if there's just one person that shouldn't see one record, we need to break it down and restrict it the whole way, make it private. So the object for leads and campaigns has to be private if interns need to view and edit only specific projects. So we start with OWD to private, and then we look at those choices for individual records. Can we use teams? No. Why? Because there are no teams for leads and campaigns, only for accounts, contacts, sorry, not true, accounts, opportunities, and cases. No teams for leads, no teams for campaigns, no teams for contacts. Again, on your exam, make sure you know the 3 objects for teams. So that leaves us the sharing button. And that works perfectly fine. So we can share those individual specific projects with interns as needed using the sharing button. In number 4, associates need to see each other's leads and campaigns. Right? How do we do that? We can do that with sharing rules. Is it a user-based sharing rule or a criteria-based sharing rule? One sharing rule to share leads owned by associates with other associates, the other to share campaigns owned by associates with other associates. This is an owner-based. We have no criteria here. Okay, so we want owner-based sharing rules. Can we have sharing rules for leads and campaigns? Sure, because we've set them to private. Remember, there are no sharing rules if it's public read-write. And finally, only some associates can transfer leads. Okay, so how would we do that? Okay, we could create a permission set. And that permission set has just one permission. A permission set can have one permission or many permissions. And we can give it and assign it on a user-by-user basis. Okay, so hopefully you've come up with this solution or similar, coming back, realizing that your role hierarchy is going to have both interns and associates as individual roles. Because I'm not really sure, and I don't think we cover it in depth, I just do want to mention that here, and we will actually later, just very briefly mention that queues can own certain records. Queues, which are basically groups of users, can own the standard objects, leads, cases, and tasks, and custom object records. There are no queues that can own accounts, no opportunity queues, okay, no account queues, no user queues, but no campaign queues. But leads, cases, and tasks are the standard objects or your custom objects. And what is a queue? It is basically a collection of records that we can assign and share with groups of users, whether it's a public group, whether it's roles and subordinates. Okay, now also make sure you understand what a public group is. A public group is going to make sharing easier. Where can you use a public group? We use public groups when we share folders. We use public groups when we do sharing rules or share records. We could use public groups when we share a record manually, when you share email template folders, when you share list views. Okay, so a public group, what can you put in a public group? Users, roles and subordinates, or other public groups to make sharing more efficient. And that is the only purpose of a public group. Okay. Taking our security model that extra step, Salesforce has implemented multi-factor authentication. It is a way to protect you. All right. It is for your orgs. Okay. And basically what it is allowing you to set policies that require a second level of authentication based on login, through Salesforce, based on login through the API, based on specific features that you want to add security to. We have a second verification method that users can provide. Maybe it's the Salesforce Authenticator app. Maybe it's another authenticator app. Maybe it's Okta. Maybe it could be all sorts of different options that you have. Okay, so you may see it as MFA, but multi-factor authentication is just another level of security to give you peace of mind and to protect your Salesforce instance from phishing or anything else that we are concerned about. So a couple of additional things to talk about when we talk about user management. If you do not want your users to log into Salesforce, if you do not want your users to access Salesforce, but you want it to be temporary, we freeze users. Freezing does nothing other than prevent somebody from logging in. There is no other implication. Nothing happens to their records. Nothing happens. They just can't log in. If you want to make someone inactive, you do not want them to ever be able to use Salesforce again, okay? Or you don't want them, you want their license back. We deactivate a user. You cannot delete user records. Okay? Once a user in Salesforce, always a user. Be aware of that. Write that down. You can't delete user records. We make them inactive. As soon as somebody becomes inactive, a couple of things happen. One, as an admin, you can no longer log in as an inactive user. You know you can log in, which we'll talk about in just a second. Once someone's inactive, you can't log in anymore as them. Once they're inactive, they sure can't log in. You immediately get their license back. Okay, you can reactivate an inactive user, but nothing happens to the records they own. If a user is inactive and they own records, they still are the owners of the records till you choose to do something with them. And you don't have to do it immediately. You can do it at your own pace. By default, admins can log in as users that are active, right? And that way we use it for troubleshooting. If your organization does not want that to happen, Salesforce can turn that off. And then users can individually give the admin access to log in as that. Think about how that works in reality. You can set password policies in Salesforce. We set password policies globally. What are password policies? Take a look if you haven't seen them. These are things you all should be familiar with. Things like the complexity of a password, how frequently you have to change your password, How many times you can reuse a password. If you create a password, can you restrict only one password every 24 hours? Things like that. We set that up globally in setup. However, as I mentioned, in the profile, you can profile by profile set specific password policies, and those are used, the profile level password policies are used instead of the global password policies. Otherwise, everybody uses global. You can go and change password policies on the profile level. So they're specific to a particular profile. If password policies are violated, the person can lock themselves out. Okay, what does that mean? And what are the implications depends on how you've set password policies. You can set what is called an unlock period, where if someone's locked themselves out, and you can decide how many tries they have before they lock themselves out, but if they lock themselves out, then what you can do is say, okay, I'm going to give them, let's say, 15 minutes of rest time. And that after that 15 minutes, I'm going to have the system automatically unlock them and they can try again. You don't have to have an unlock period. You can say, if they lock themselves out, sorry, it's up to the admin to unlock them. That would be a never allow unlock. Okay, so there are choices that you have. Okay, so never would mean that you have to physically unlock. Unlock doesn't do anything. Unlock, by that I mean unlock unlocks them, but it doesn't require a password reset. Their password doesn't change. So if they didn't know it before, other than caps lock, which is always my problem, and spelling, all right, they're going to still need to know their password. Password reset is different. Okay. So unlock just unlocks. Password reset requires somebody to change their password. And remember, if somebody can't get into Salesforce, and there are many reasons why they can't log in, they're going to see that red message, that system message that basically tells them to call the admin. That message happens. It's nothing that you can configure. And what can cause that message are multiple things. One is they may have login IP restrictions on their profile. They may have login hour restrictions on their profile. They may have locked themselves out. They may not know their password. All of those things are going to show the same error message. We do not tell our users why they're not logged out, why they can't log in, why they're locked out. We just tell them they can't log in. You as an admin can see what's going on by looking at their user record and looking at login history, because login history is where we see what's going on with that particular user's login attempts. Login history, by the way, is reportable. Okay, so that is our first step, just an overview of the underview of what's going on in Salesforce. Okay. Next, we're going to talk about customizing your org. We're going to be looking at the Object Manager and Lightning App Builder sections, which is 20% of the exam. We're going to talk very basically about standard object architecture and relationships. We're going to talk about what we can do as far as creating fields, deleting fields, customizing fields, what page layouts are, what happens, again, implications of deletion. And then we'll look at some scenarios about when and what page layouts are, when we use those, when we have to use record types, when we have to use business processes for particular life cycle objects. In this unit also, we're going to be pulling in elements of productivity and collaboration section. What is the App Exchange and why do we use it? Some of the features of Chatter and the Salesforce mobile app. We'll be talking about all of those and covering them. Sales and marketing applications, we're going to be looking at opportunity automation tools, okay? What the sales process is, why we create one, when we create one, okay? And some lead automation tools. Actually, we're going to talk more about lead automation in our last unit. We are going to touch on campaigns. Our scenario is coming back to John Weissman, our CEO. Now that Working Armor Bags is set up in Salesforce, do we need to customize any objects, fields, or page layouts for them? We want our transition to be as smooth as possible. So as an admin, what you will be doing and what we focus on in this certification and in the advanced certification when it comes to admins is what we call declarative. It's what you can do as an admin using tools that are part of Salesforce that all of you have or clicks. Nothing that requires a developer. Everybody has these tools, okay? And we call that declarative. No code that you have to write. We have declarative options for you to customize how objects, fields, and relationships are handled in your data model. How your user interface is constructed, whether it's apps or tabs or building page layouts using Lightning apps and quick actions. How do you use Salesforce to automate? Business logic, validation rules, approvals, workflows, processes, flow. Web to lead, case to lead, web to lead, web to case, email to case, all the rules that go along with it. Turning on forecasting, turning on territory management or duplicate management. All of these things are declarative. We turn them on and you customize with clicks. Where do you go to look at which objects you have and how they are related to each other? We go to Schema Builder. If you haven't been there, I really recommend getting into an org, which if you don't have one, go to Trailhead and create a playground. Go to Setup and look at Schema Builder. SCHEMA Builder. And in Schema Builder, you can see objects, your objects, the primary objects, okay, and how they are related to each other. You can see fields in those objects and which fields are required. You can see what we call the relationship fields and whether objects are related as lookups, lookup relationships, or master detail relationships based on the color of the relationship line. Out of the box, Salesforce gives you what we call standard objects, and these are just some of them, okay? If you notice, the user object, which is definitely a standard object, isn't listed here. But these are the objects we want you to be very comfortable with and understand how they are related. Right? Again, if you look at the bottom here, there's a module for you to look at, but there is a very important relationship in Salesforce based on the account object. Salesforce basically is account-centric. We want to know everything that happens to one of your accounts. We want it in one place. And we have 3 other standard objects that are very intricately related to accounts. And there's loads of special declarative functionality built in using these 4 objects: accounts, contacts, opportunities, and cases. Okay. Accounts is what we call the parent object. And we have out of the box what we call lookup relationships from contacts to accounts. That means I can have lots of contacts for an account. Okay. In Salesforce, object relationships are what we call one-to-many. I have one account, many contacts, or many contacts on one account. Who are my contacts? What is a contact? These are the people I speak to or have contact with at an account. Opportunities. These are my deals. Okay. I can have many opportunities per account. Okay. Opportunities can also be related to contacts. Cases. I can have many cases on an account. A case is a ticket or an issue, whatever you may call it. But who calls in a case? When it comes to cases, cases are also related to contacts because typically an account doesn't know how to make a phone call. The contact knows how to make a phone call or create a case or request that a case is created. Okay, so a case is related to both contacts typically and an account. In our object relationships, when I am looking from my account, my parent, to my children, we see the children as related lists. When I am looking from my child to my parent, we see the parent as an entry in a relationship field. It could be a lookup field. It could be a master detail relationship field. So there's a field on the child that relates the record to the parent. So I look up from the child to the parent. I use related lists to look from the parent to the children. As far as campaigns and leads have no relationship at all. If you look at Schema Builder, to accounts, contacts, opportunities, and cases, there's no relationship. They are set aside. Okay, I've heard it described as leads are on the dark side. Just a way to remember it. Because leads aren't always good. Leads aren't always going to lead to business opportunities. And so we want to qualify leads and handle them separately until we're ready to convert them. Marketing efforts we call campaigns. Campaigns are things, they could be email campaigns, they could be social campaigns, they could be TV campaigns, they could be on the radio, they could be in print. Whatever they are, they're ways for you to sell, to get business. Leads can be attached to campaigns, but so can contacts. So can person accounts if you're using them. Leads, contacts, person accounts that are attached to campaigns are called campaign members. Campaign members are those people who are attached to a particular campaign. So let's review. When I want to see child records from a parent, I look at related lists. When I want to see what parent a child is related to, I look at the relationship field. If I'm looking at an account called ABC Labs and I want to see the contacts, I look at the contact related list. If I'm looking at the contact and I want to see the parent, ABC Labs, I look at the relationship field. What are custom fields? Well, back in, and actually, you know what? Let me just go backwards just a little bit. 1 second. All right. Standard objects come out of the box. Okay, you get these. Most of you are going to use at least, well, you have to use users, but you're going to be using some of them. But you can create custom objects as well. All of you can. It's declarative. You can build your own objects. You may have a need for information that we never thought of, right? And so that's available. That said, you can also create custom fields. Custom fields can be created for standard objects or custom objects. Okay, and we have loads of different custom fields. These are most of them, but not all, because certain objects have very specific custom fields. For example, if you look at the user object, you'll notice that there's something called a hierarchical relationship field that is specific to users. So, types of custom fields. We have all different types of text fields, big ones, small ones, text area, rich, which gives you edit codes, encrypted, date and date time fields, checkboxes, numbers, auto number. An auto number is a sequential field that's basically a formatted text field, where as records are created, we just add one to them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as you add records. Currency, pick lists, formulas. Remember, formulas are read-only, they are real-time calculations. You cannot edit information in a formula. They are always read-only. Roll-up summary formulas are kind of like the opposite of a formula. A formula goes on the object that you're on, maybe your child object, okay? And you can use, sometimes, depending, fields from the parent in your formula. Okay? A roll-up summary formula is like a backwards formula. What a roll-up summary does, firstly, other than very few, one in particular, exceptions, okay, it is only available on master detail relationships. And we're going to talk about that in just a second. Roll-up summary formulas are only for master detail relationships and appear on the master, the parent. And what they are very, very simple calculations that you can do on the children in the related lists of that parent. For example, I might have a roll-up summary on 2 custom objects. I might have a parent that shows me candidates for jobs, okay? And then I might have a child that shows me job applications. What I can do on the parent candidates object is count how many job applications that candidate has filled in and show that calculation on the parent. So I'm counting the related job application records. That's a roll-up summary formula. It goes on the parent, on the master in a master detail relationship. Lookup relationships do not have roll-up summary options. Okay, just master detail. 2 other field types, URLs, geolocation, which we can use in mapping applications. All right, let's stop here and take a second and talk about relationships. If you look at Schema Builder, as mentioned, there are 2 types of relationships. Both and all Salesforce relationships are between 2 objects, one to many. One parent, many children. Okay. A lookup relationship is what we call a loose or a soft relationship, okay, where the child and the parent can exist independently. If something happens to the parent, the child record's fine. If you want to move the child to another parent, you can. We use a lookup relationship field to do that. In a lookup relationship, the child object has full, let's just call it rights, privileges. It has its own OWD settings. Okay, it can have sharing rules, right? It can do manual sharing on its own. It acts just like an independent object if we wanted to. What ties them together is that relationship field, and then on the parent, the ability to see those related records. A master detail relationship is not that. A master detail relationship is a very close, strict relationship where the child cannot exist without the parent. If the parent gets deleted, the child gets deleted as well. Unless you build it using something called reparenting, the child, that relationship field on the child locks after it's created, okay? You can't move that child to somebody else. It is reliant on the child. And when you look at OWD, if you have a master detail relationship, the child is going to say controlled by parent, okay? And everything about it is controlled by the parent. There are no sharing rules for the child in a master detail relationship. There is no manual sharing on the child in a master detail relationship. Everything, access to the children are through the parent. Okay? So a quickie as far as our relationships, master detail and lookup. Custom fields, because they're custom, are editable. Standard fields, you can do very little as far as editing them. Do you have to use all standard fields? No. Some are required, but you don't have to use them all. Okay? Custom fields are yours. And because they're yours, you can delete them. And deleting fields has a lot of implications. A lot of stuff happens when you delete. When you delete a field, we pull it off your page layout, okay, or layouts. The field comes off, and it goes to a special deleted fields, let's just call it a deleted fields queue, where the field and the data in that field sit for 15 days, just in case you've made a mistake and change your mind. Another thing that happens is the metadata name, which we call the API name, changes. And in custom fields are appended by an __C. When a field is deleted, before that __C, we add an _DEL __C. So the field actually changes. You can undelete, and it goes back. The field goes back to the pages it came from with the data. You have 15 days to do that. But remember, because that API name changed, it's basically a different field. Even though it goes back to your page layouts, if that field was used in rules, like a workflow rule, for example, it didn't just get pulled off. The workflow rule isn't going to work. It's going to break. Okay, and we don't put it right back to all of your rules if you then undelete a deleted field. Okay. Remember and review what you can modify in a standard field also. Remember, if it's pick lists, you can add pick list values. If they're lookups, you can add lookup filters. You can add help text. You can set field level security. Okay, you cannot change the format of a standard field except for auto numbers. You can use standard fields, standard pick lists, and standard checkboxes, custom pick lists and custom checkboxes as controllers in pick list dependencies, but you can never use a standard field as the dependent in a pick list dependency. In a pick list dependency, you can only have custom pick lists or custom multi-select pick lists. When we talk about a page layout is how your page looks when somebody clicks on a record. Okay, and a page layout controls fields and sections and related lists and custom buttons or buttons that you want, even custom links. It's the information that somebody who looks at a record in that object is going to see. Page layouts are assigned profile by profile. You get one page layout per object per profile in Salesforce. One page layout per object per profile. That's it. Okay. And so when we're building our pages, and this is an aside, right now in Lightning, we have a couple of options for you. Okay. When you look at a page, and let me see if this is a better one. Sure. If I want to see my related lists here, my details here, news here, I want a highlights panel here. Okay. Or I might want to see it a different way where I'm seeing details show up and then my related list on the right. I do that using the Lightning App Builder. Okay, and I can build record pages. A record page is basically where I want to put everything. And it's component based, drag and drop. And so I can drag where I want different things to show up on my page. The information that populates that template, that record page template, is the page layout. It's the sections, or it's where the fields are. Okay. We have lots of standard components you can add to your record pages. You can set a record page to be your org default, to be a profile default, to be, what I was going to say something else. Oh, you can add custom components if you want to. You can get custom components from the App Exchange. A developer can build custom components for you. Path is a component you can add to your record pages. A highlights panel is a component you can add to your record pages. These are just the templates. Then the page layout for standard objects is where we define our fields and our sections, our related lists, and our buttons. There's something else I wanted to mention here. I think we're good. Oh, dynamic forms. Okay, so if you see it, all right, we also have now the ability to use something called dynamic forms. You may want to look it up if you're not familiar with it. With dynamic forms, you can migrate fields and sections from your page layouts as individual components into the Lightning App Builder, but currently it is only available for custom objects. So for standard objects, we do it the traditional way. For custom objects, dynamic forms allow you to basically build everything in Lightning App Builder. Plus, you can basically add logic to your pages, where if one particular field is filled out, for example, then only then do I want to show a related field. If nothing is filled in that original field, I don't want to show that second field. So I can start adding logic to my pages using dynamic forms. I think, another thing, and I don't think you're going to see it. On the highlights panel, right, you can now see the first 7 fields. Again, you're not going to see too many numbers that you're going to have to remember, but you can see the first 7 fields instead of the first 5 fields from the compact page layout. Now you can see 7. All right, let's take a look at a scenario. Accounts receivable has been tracking billing issues using the same legacy system their support teams have been using to track customer cases. They've documented what they track. Can we set up a similar system using Salesforce? Does this scenario make sense? Well, let's translate it a little bit. Okay, so they're currently using Salesforce to track customer cases. Okay, so when a customer calls in with an issue, with a ticket, they're putting it into Salesforce as a case. Now they want to do the same thing when a customer calls in with some issue with their billing, okay, with something to do with their invoices that we've sent them. When we have multiple scenarios for the same object, okay, many times we're going to need multiple page layouts because we have different requirements as far as fields go. We might have different related lists that we need. Okay, we might have different pick list values that we'd like to show. But remember, Salesforce only allows you one page layout per object per profile. So I can't just create multiple page layouts and assign them, and that's the end of it. I need a tool that allows me to package a page layout and maybe even particular pick list values together and assign it to a profile. And I may have lots of them. In this example, I might have a customer record type, a customer page layout that sales uses, and a different view, a whole different page layout for partners that my consulting users use. And then maybe I have people who need to see both. Well, the way that we can show multiple page layouts per object, per profile is called a record type. Be aware that every object, whether you use them or not for the object, comes with just what's called a master record type. But as soon as you create your first record type, Salesforce exposes the field for that object called record type. And it's a field that you can add to your pages. It's a way that you can see what record type is being used. It's a field that you can update, either manually or with automation. It's a field just like a field. It's a custom, well, not a custom, it's an upgradable, updatable field. So if I want to see the same person with the same profile, customers using one particular page layout, and partners using another particular page layout, I would then create record types for each. And again, what's in a record type? And the easiest way I remember it, and you might choose to do the same, is if you think of record types, think of the letter P. First, in a record type, there's prep work. What is the prep work? You have to build your page layouts. And if there are any pick list values that you are going to be parsing, you need the pick list values you're going to use. So you need to make sure your pick lists are complete. That's prep, starts with the P. Once you choose your object, which profiles are going to be using your record type? That's your next P, profile. Which page layout is going to be associated with the record type? You can have multiple page layouts, as we mentioned. Another P. And then, are there any pick lists where we want to select just particular pick list values to be associated for that condition, for that record type? So my P's are prep, profile, page layout, pick lists. When you build a record type, you can use the same page layout for many, many record types. Doesn't matter. You can or don't have to use and change any of the pick lists. You can use all the values. But it is the way that we can take a pick list and break it down to specific values to show to particular profiles. Again, you can use the same page layout for everybody, but then based on different user groups, based on different profiles, I might only want to show pick list value 1, 2, 3, 4 to, let's say, my reps, and 5, 6, 7, 8 to my managers. I would use a record type to do that. Okay, so think about that for a second. Something you will see. You will definitely have questions about record types. Make sure you have record types cold. Okay, so for me, I'm big on record types. Make sure you have them cold. That and also dependent pick lists. Okay. So once you have record types, we have 3 objects in Lightning that are considered life cycle objects. What is a life cycle object and what's so special about them? Records in these objects change over time. They have what you can call a pipeline. When a case is created new, okay, it's not closed right away. We log it as a new case, and then things happen, and we want to track its progress along a support or case pipeline. Okay, from beginning, when it's new, till it's closed, hopefully successfully. When an opportunity is created, it's not already won, it goes through a sales pipeline. It's got different stages that it goes through as it progresses throughout the cycle. Same with leads. These are my 3 life cycle objects. A lead comes in, it's not qualified, we know nothing about the person. And then somebody goes through the steps to make sure that it's a worthwhile business opportunity. And so a lead gets qualified. When we talk about opportunities, the life cycle field is the stage field, and the different stages a particular type of opportunity goes through from the time it's new till the time it's closed, won or lost, is called a sales process. For cases, the field is the case status field, and the values a case goes through from the time it's new till it's closed is called a support process. For leads, the life cycle field is the lead status field, and the values it goes through from when it's brand new till the time it's qualified and ready to be converted is called a lead process. And in order to have a record type for opportunities, cases, or leads, you need a business process. Opportunities, it's called sales. Cases, it's called support. Leads, it's called lead. And you have to build this process before you can have a record type. And luckily, it's process, which is another P. So for opportunities, cases, and leads, our Ps are prep, profile, page layout, and pick list, just like before. But before we do anything, we have to build our process. And to do that, you go into setup, okay? And it's a sales process for opportunities, support process for cases, and lead process for leads. And all it is picking the pick list values out for your life cycle field for that object that you want to include in the pipeline for that business scenario. You may have a very involved set of steps you go through. If somebody calls you in and logs a ticket for something wrong with your product. Okay, so there's an issue with your product and something's going on, and there's a lot of research and work you're going to go through before you can close that case. You might have 10 steps, you might have 12 steps, 15 steps, whatever it is. Those steps are going to be pick list values in your case status field. And the steps a product support case is going to go through, those 15 steps, we call a support process. You have to include that for cases for a record type. But then you might have people calling in who want directions to your headquarters, okay? and you want to log every time somebody calls in. Well, the steps are not going to be the same. Basically, they're going to call, you're going to work on it, you're going to close it. Three different statuses for that case. A totally different support process, right? And again, you'd have a totally different record type. If you see questions that talk about a business process, the answer is going to be record type. If you see questions about a sales process, lead process, or support process, the answer is going to be record type. This is when we use record types. Okay? So keep that in the back of your mind. You can use the same business process in multiple record types. It does not have to be unique. I might have a particular sales process that I use in conjunction with different page layouts, okay, or different sets of pick list values. Okay. But you need to have at least one business process for opportunities, cases, and leads. When we set access to our fields, again, we use field level security. If somebody does not have access to a field, it is absolute. They don't have access to the field. I mean, nothing's going to give them access to that field except for a permission set. And you can give field level security access, permission to a field, one field, single field in a permission set if you want to. In this example, Maya has access to the field credit status. Matt does not. Maya sees it on her page along with the title of the field, the label of the field, and the value. Matt doesn't even know it exists. Matt is not going to be able to search for it. Matt is not going to be able to see it anywhere. It matters. Okay, so searches, reports, list views, anything. What are my levels of access to a field? None, which is no access. Okay, read only, which someone can see it, they can report on it, they can search for it, but they can't change it. And read write, or edit, or visible. Visibility, when we talk about fields, is typically editability. There was something else I just wanted to say about fields. Oh, remember again that formula fields are always read-only. Okay, we either see them or we don't. They are real-time calculations. Same with roll-up summary fields. They are always read-only. You can make a field read-only or required on a page layout. That means it's just for the page, as I said before. You can make a field and set field level security on the profile. That is universal. So if it's done on the profile, it's everywhere. If it's done on the page level, it's just the page. Okay, based on our scenario, let's take a look at how we can track billing cases with Salesforce. Accounts receivable can create and manage billing cases. The support cycle for billing cases is new, working, escalated, and closed. Right? Billing cases capture the same information as support cases, except billing cases do not contain the bug number or product. Billing cases contain the invoice number and account credit status. Account credit status is only visible to accounts receivable and executives. Okay? How do we do that? I want you to take a minute, and the categories that we're going to see, and let's just write these down if you could. Record types, profile permissions, business processes, page layouts, custom fields, and field level security. If you could just jot those down, let's work backwards. I'll give you a second to do that. Okay. So, number one, accounts receivable can create and manage billing cases based on what you wrote down. What do we do? We're going to review this in a minute. Number two, the support cycle for billing cases is new, working, escalated, and closed. What would you do? 3, billing cases capture the same information as support cases, except billing cases don't have bug numbers or products. Billing cases do have invoice numbers and account credit status, and the account credit status field is only visible to accounts receivable and executives. Based on that list that we just gave you, what would you do? I'll give you a minute to try to fill it in, and then we'll review it. Okay, all right, let's take a look. So, our first one said accounts receivable can create and manage billing cases, right? So what does that mean? Accounts receivable users are going to need cred, right? If they're going to be able to create and manage billing cases, they're going to need the ability to do so. Where do we give them the ability to do so? On the profile level. Okay. So in order to do that, they're going to either need their profile updated or permission sets. Okay, so they need access to the case object. Right. Next, our next one was the support cycle for billing cases is new, working, escalated, and closed. And as I mentioned, as soon as you see support cycle, support process, sales cycle, sales process, lead cycle, whatever any of those three are, the answer is going to end up being a record type. And how do we build a support cycle? It's a support process. We build a support process. What's a support process? It's the particular pick list values that we are going to select. In this case, it's cases from the case status field. Okay, and we're going to give it a name. This has to be done before you build the record type because it's a required field in the record type. Next, number 3. Billing cases capture the same information as support cases except. Okay? Well, as soon as it's except, we know we're going to at least need a page, right? So what we're going to do is take our support case page layout and clone it, right? But we need to do a couple of things first. We do not want the bug number and product fields, so we're going to take it off the page. So we'll clone it, make a new one for our billing cases. We'll get rid of bug number and product. But we've also been told we need a couple of custom fields that aren't there anymore. So we technically would have built the fields first. And the fields would be invoice number, which is a simple, could be a text field, could be a number field, depends. Okay. And credit status from the account. Make sure you know what a cross-object field is, a cross-object formula field. If you took or have taken the basic admin course, ADX 201, okay, we used region and zone as examples. Okay. You can create and get data from parent records and show them right on the child records as formulas. We call them cross-object formulas. And that's what we're going to be doing with the account credit status. The credit status field is on the account object. We can build a formula on the on the case object that finds that data on the parent, because a cross-object formula can go to the parent and up 10 different levels, grab that data and just show it right on the case. That way, why do we like them? You don't have to duplicate data. It's there already. Nobody else has to set it up. And because it's a formula, it's read-only. But because it's a formula, we also can set field level security. And so that's what we want to do. We need to set field level security on that cross-object credit status formula. So it's only available to accounts receivable, executives, and admins. And be aware that when it comes to setting field level security as an admin, you can forget to give yourself field level security if you're the admin. And you won't see the field either, but you have the option to go back and fix it for yourselves. Okay, so that's how we can build a record type for a lifecycle object, the case object. Our CEO says, I like where we're going with this. Are there other productivity or collaboration tools that the Working Armor Bags team should know about? Sales and marketing are always looking for new tools to get new customers and close deals faster. We mentioned that we can use the Lightning App Builder to build record pages, and that record pages were like the templates that we could use to put our page layouts on top. You can also use the Lightning App Builder to build home pages. Okay, and everything in the Lightning App Builder truly uses components drag and drop. It's declarative. We have loads of standard components for you. You can get custom components, whether it's the App Exchange, whether it's somebody creating them for you. Okay, components have properties, and we set properties. When you add a component, you get to set the properties. We can customize particular components. For the homepage, home pages can be set as the org default. They can be assigned to particular profiles. They can also be assigned to particular apps. So you may have a homepage that you want to use in your sales app. And what's an app? An app is a collection of tabs. Okay, one of the many uses for the word apps. So when you go to the app launcher and let's say choose sales, you're going to see a whole bunch of tabs. That homepage for sales can be unique. Okay, you can build a homepage just for sales. You can build a different homepage just for the support app. Certain profiles can have a particular homepage assigned as a default, some not. So homepages can include things like, approval items. They can include things like when you build your homepage, branding and images. Okay, they can include things like, different charts. Okay, today's events and tasks, as you're seeing here. Take a look at that. Basically, I would recommend going to setup and taking a look at the components. Among the ones I would key on, just so you're sure of what they are the assistant, today's tasks and events, key deals. Right? I think that is, you might want to come down here, but that should be, other than the fact that you can assign your home pages universally, in other words, org default, or to an app or to a profile. I think that would be pretty much what you need to know. When we talk about collaborating in Salesforce, we talk about chatter. Right? Currently, that is how we collaborate. What can you do in chatter? You can follow people. You can follow data. If an object is what we call, if you go to feed tracking and turn on feed tracking for an object, it's enabled for chatter. And then you can post to records in that object. Okay, you can follow up to 20 fields that change. So we can set up to 20 fields selected. And then as fields values change, if someone's following a particular record and a field changes, they'll get a post to their feed. You can create posts. You can like posts. You can download files. You can attach files to posts or records. Files can be versioned in chatter. You can comment. You can link both internal and external links in chatter. You can feed track or chatter enable your dashboards, which enables you from a dashboard component to access a link, to share that link with somebody else, to share the component with somebody else. Okay, just by mentioning them. If you have a Salesforce license, you have chatter. If you have a chatter license, you only have chatter. Chatter comes turned on for your entire org. Okay. Everybody gets it, but that's not necessarily what you want. You may have an organization that either doesn't want to use certain aspects of chatter because Salesforce is chatter enabled. Okay. They want chatter to only be available to particular profiles or maybe not to any profile at all. If that is the case, you can create a case with Salesforce support, and they can what we call profile enable chatter. The underpinnings of chatter are still there, but you then need to assign access to chatter on a profile by profile basis. So you can do that if it comes up on your exam. So by default, Chatter is turned on for all profiles. Okay, but you can choose to make Chatter profile-based. When you click the Chatter tab, you see a whole bunch of stuff, okay? Among them on the left-hand side is your feed view filters, things that you follow or can come directly to you or you bookmarked. Okay. Company highlights show you the most active posts in your org, your entire org. Okay. You can use it to find more things to follow. Drafts are posts that you never sent. You can set up streams. Rather than seeing your whole company's feed, you can pick and choose and create streams of just what's important to you. What those can include are feeds from groups or people or even records. Because remember, I can post to particular records in Chatter. You can set up Chatter groups. We have several types of Chatter groups, and you can, depending on the type of group, have access to them. We have public groups, which means they're available to anybody to join. As long as you have access to Chatter, you can join a public group. You can have a Chatter license, you can have a Salesforce license. Okay. You can set up private groups. People can see the list of private groups, but unless they're invited, they cannot enter the private group. They can request entry to the group, but they have to be given entry to the group. Okay. So a private group requires an invitation. You can even, for private groups only, customer enable them. What does that mean? That means with your 500 Salesforce Chatter external licenses, which you get for free, you can assign people outside of your organization access to private customer-enabled Chatter groups where they can join that Chatter group and they can only see what's inside the group. They can't do anything individual, just it's group wide. But it's awesome for sharing and collaborating on a project. You might want to bring in a consultant. You might want to bring in an expert. You might want to bring in a couple of customers and discuss and share information. You can share files, but you can never share Salesforce data records. Okay. It's a private customer-enabled Chatter group. Again, someone has to be invited. We invite by email address. When someone's invited, they have to accept a link that they get via email and then set up a password, okay? And their user ID is established. They'll see their user ID and they can only get into that Chatter group, okay? You can see posts in the center of your screen, right? On the right-hand side are recommendations that Salesforce Einstein chooses for you, people, groups, objects that Einstein's recommending for you. Admins can turn on out of office messages in Chatter settings if they'd like, right? So that's pretty much what we need to know about Chatter homepage. As far as setting up Chatter groups, as mentioned, and there's a couple of other things about Chatter groups I do want to mention. Okay, let's go back to Chatter groups for a second. If you notice, there's also something called an unlisted group. And an unlisted group is an extra level of security. By default, unlisted groups are not turned on, and you need a profile permission to create unlisted groups. An unlisted group does not show up on the list of chatter groups unless you have been invited into the group. Nobody else sees it but the invitees and the person who created the group who needs a special profile permission. Okay. Also, you can have broadcast chatter groups, which are out only. Admins use them for announcements. What you can do as an admin in Chatter is we can, as I mentioned, ask Salesforce to profile enable Chatter. That means turn it off for everybody and then allow you, the admin, on a profile by profile basis to give people access to Chatter. That's the first bullet. You can set email notifications. What does that mean? That means anytime somebody gets a post to their feed, they are also emailed. If you do turn that on, users can opt out. Users can go to their Chatter settings, okay, and turn off those email notifications. Because you have the option to create so many Chatter users, you can also turn on what we call invitations. Invitations give your users the ability to add Chatter users to your org, where the admin doesn't have to create the user records. We have coworker invitations where people in your org, users, Salesforce users in your org, can invite people in your org with your domain or your domains into Chatter and use up one of those 1,000 licenses, those Chatter-free licenses, and give them access to Chatter without the admin having to do anything. And under the covers, Salesforce builds user records for them. Okay. You can also turn on invitations for customers, where your Salesforce users can create those private Chatter groups that are customer enabled and invite customers into them. And as I mentioned, we can turn on feed tracking for objects and fields. Okay. And when an object is feed tracked and turned on, you can then post to records in that object. Okay. You can attach files to records in that object, and you can choose up to 20 fields to track changes to the field values in. And if someone's following a particular record, they will get an alert to their feed when a value in one of those 20 fields changes in records they're following. Another thing that you want to be aware of is what you can do declaratively as far as Salesforce Mobile goes. Okay. If you are not familiar with mobile at all, I recommend you trying it out. How do you get Salesforce Mobile? Well, Salesforce is based on a mobile platform. It is already all set up for you. All you need to do is go to Google Play or your App Store and download the Salesforce app. You'll need some way, some org to log into. It's just going to take a username and password. Okay, so if you want to try it out in Trailhead, do it in your playground. Okay. If I make changes to my org in Salesforce, if I create new fields or new page layouts or new record types, they are automatically available on the mobile app. Okay, there's nothing that has to be done if you don't want it to be. But there are some things that you can do to customize the mobile experience very simply, declaratively. Instead of seeing, because think about it, this is a smaller device, you have much less real estate. So we want to optimize as easily as possible what our users see so they don't have to do a lot of scrolling and clicking, which is absolutely miserable on a phone. Okay, so instead of seeing your app with tabs all across the top horizontally, okay, we call it a navigation menu, and you see the tabs vertically. And you can change the order of those and have it apply mobily. Okay, so the navigation menu can be customized on a mobile device just by rearranging the order. When you look at a record, rather than having somebody have to click in and seeing all the details and scrolling down, you can build what we call custom compact layouts. You build them using our page layout editor, the tool, and you can select key fields that you want to show up on the top of your records, so your users don't have to see the entire record if they don't want to. And that's what you're seeing here. Okay, so my key fields, and then if I need to see the whole details, I can. If I want to see all the related lists, I can. Okay. Another thing, I'm going to go over to the last one first, right, is you can add quick actions. We call this area up top here the publisher area, and that's just what it's called. So if you see publisher area, that's what they're talking about. We have two types of quick actions. One is object specific, where you'll see particular quick actions when you're in a record in an object. And the other is global, when you'll see it from a home page. Okay, or something that is not record related. And what quick actions are buttons that allow you to do things without a whole bunch of clicks, like create records, or maybe close a case, or change the status of a lead. Okay, and people can come right up to the top to the publisher area and click those buttons right on their mobile device. And you can also build what we call a launchpad screen, where we can, instead of using quick actions and the typical way, give people access to commonly used information. Okay, where they can go right using a tile and click on it and get right to what they need to get to. So know that these are the four major things that you can do with the mobile app. All right, what I'd like to do is take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to finish this up, talk about campaigns and some sales productivity tools and App Exchange, and then we're going to move on. So I'm going to try to do this a little bit more efficiently than I did the last time and set my timer and see if I can get it right this time. So give me 1 second. Okay, now we're set. Let's take 10 minutes, and when we get back, be back right on time, and we will move on. Okay, see you all in 10. And welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice break and you're all ready to get more information put in that brain. Okay, so let's move on. We mentioned this earlier, but let's just go back over and talk a little bit about leads and campaigns and campaign members. So why do we use campaigns? Well, campaigns are our marketing efforts. And we want to know which ones are successful, and we want to know how and where we should budget our money. We want to know which campaigns lead to opportunities that close and bring in revenue. If you look at the campaign record, a campaign record in Salesforce, again, campaigns are a standard object, you're going to see on campaigns loads and loads of roll-up summary fields that allow us to track that information. Okay, how many campaign members have responded? How many leads have turned into opportunities that are associated with the particular campaign? How much revenue did they bring in? Okay. Campaigns can be hierarchical. You can have a master campaign, and then you can have sub-campaigns. Maybe I have, let me just think of it, the Super Bowl is my marketing campaign. And then maybe I have particular ads that I am going to be running within. Okay. That hierarchical, that master campaign then is going to have, and it does roll up, and there are already fields built for you, the accumulation of all those sub-campaigns, those related campaigns. Excuse me. Who can be attached to campaigns? Leads and contacts. Accounts, person accounts. A person account you may want to take a look at. I don't know if you're going to see reference to it. A person account is very different than a business account. A business account is a company, and then you have contacts associated with that company that you deal with. A person account is more of a melded entity, somewhere between contacts and accounts. If you think of, as an example, a nonprofit, where an individual can make contributions, can be donors, as well as a corporation. A person account would be that individual. It's not really a contact and it's not really a customer, but it's both. Okay, so person accounts, contacts, and leads can all be campaign members. These are who the campaign is targeting. Okay, and campaign members, you can create custom fields on campaign members just like you can on other objects. Okay. Why do we care? We want to see how effective our campaigns are. Remember that leads do not have a relationship with our other objects, with accounts or contacts or opportunities. Leads have to be converted, and we'll take a look at that, I think, a little bit later. But just so we say it now, because we can always say it again, once you qualify a lead, remember leads are life cycle objects. Leads have to have a lead process associated with them if you're going to be using record types. We qualify a lead based on certain information. How do you qualify a lead? What is a good lead to you? Is it that the person has the right amount of interest? Is it that you're speaking to the right person, that they have the funds that they need to purchase your product, that they're working within a specific time frame? All of those things may be qualification factors. When the lead is qualified, then the lead can be converted. Converting leads is a profile permission. One lead can become 3 records. One lead converts to an account, a contact, and an opportunity. Okay. The opportunity can be optional. By default, it will create an opportunity, but you do not have to create the opportunity. Okay. When you create custom lead fields, you're going to need to map those lead fields, because when the lead is converted, Salesforce needs to know which of those 3 objects we're going to use to populate with that custom field information. So if I build a custom field on my leads, do I want to populate a field on my account or on my contact or my opportunity? And what's the name of the field? And we have to go data type to data type typically. Okay, you can go pick list to text, but otherwise it's really the same type of field: dates to dates, pick list to pick lists, numbers to numbers, and so forth. Okay, so it is a bit unique in that way, but just be aware that that does happen. And it's only for the custom fields, because Salesforce knows what to do with the standard fields. We know what to do with our stuff. When we talk about sales productivity tools, we have loads of stuff for you declaratively. And you may be using some of this and you may not be. You may be familiar with these, you may not be, but we are not asking you at this level to know how to implement them. We're asking you to know what they are, what they do, and some of the key points about them. All right. So first is forecasting, right? Forecasting allows you to make future plans. What's going to happen in the future based on your sales goals, based on your opportunity pipeline. Okay. It's going to allow you to project possibly how much revenue you're going to get or how many units you may sell of a particular product. Right? Quotas are also related to forecasting. Our tool is called collaborative forecasting. It does not come turned on in Salesforce. You can turn it on and see what it looks like in an org. Once you do, you can choose to show and allow quotas. What are quotas? They are sales targets, sales goals. And in our forecasting tool, you can click a button and show percent of quota attainment by individual rep, by manager, by forecast category. A quota is the target where our actual forecast is the actual amount. So percent of quota. I think I want to skip one. Yeah, I want to skip down to here because this also talks about forecasting. When you use collaborative forecasting in Salesforce, and again, I do not know as far as the detail you're going to see, one of the ways you can forecast and one of the things you can set up in Salesforce is something called opportunity splits. You may have a rep working on a particular deal, and if the deal closes, they're going to get credit for the whole deal. Sounds funny, for the whole deal, okay? But sometimes you might have multiple reps working on a particular deal, especially the big ones. And maybe one rep is going to get 75% of it, the commission, and another is going to get 25, but you need to split it because that other person is contributing to it. That is an opportunity split. And you can share opportunity revenue by turning on opportunity splits and set it up the way you want it. Opportunity splits always add up to 100%. Okay. So If you have 3 reps, whatever you assign has to add up to 100%. And you can forecast by opportunity splits if you want. When you forecast, and let me go back, okay, you can choose to forecast by months or quarters. You can have 4 different forecasting methods. Revenue and quantity based on opportunities. Okay, so how many units do you sell, or how much are they worth? Based on product family, the type of products you sell. Also, you can have revenue forecasts and quantity. But then any other way we forecast is money only, like opportunity splits. And again, we can implement quotas. You can load quotas into Salesforce, and then we can see quota attainment. Another thing, and again, I don't know if you'll see it, but if you do, in forecasting, if you want to create forecasting reports, you must build a custom report type to do it. It does not come with report types. So you may want to write yourself a little note. Another sales productivity tool we have is Path. Okay? You have probably seen Path. Okay? It is a component that you can put on your pages. And what is Path? Just what it sounds like. It's a lot of times will mimic your business process on your opportunities, your sales process, the stages that an opportunity goes through for a particular record type. What's cool about not just using the component, but turning Path on is that at each step along the way, at each of your stages, you can include particular fields that your user should be worrying about, filling out, understanding that they have to be filled out, and what values you want in them, as well as what we call guidance for success, which are instructions as what somebody should do at that particular stage. Okay, so it is wonderful for onboarding new people because it tells them what to do. It's great for consistency in your sales force because everybody is being told that, hey, at this particular stage, this is what you need to complete. And we can do it stage by stage by stage. Path is not only for opportunities. So you can use Path in most, actually, many, let's just say many objects and your custom objects as well. We have something that you may see called a big deal alert that is opportunity specific. And a big deal alert is basically a singular poor man's workflow. That's the only way I could describe it. You get one of them and you can set a target revenue amount and you can set a target probability. And if you turn it on, when an opportunity hits those 2 filters, an amount and a probability, it will send an email alert to somebody that you specify. That's what it does. Okay, you get one. If you want to use it, you can do, instead of a big deal alert, you can use flow, you can use process builder, you can use workflow rules. But it's opportunity specific. Be aware that it's there. Einstein opportunity scoring does require an add-on, but what it does, and it's not just opportunity scoring, you're going to see scoring on most of our standard objects. I'm thinking about most, many, let's just say many of our standard objects. When you use Einstein scoring, what Salesforce Einstein Intelligence is going to do is it wants to take a look at your records and basically give them a score as to how likely that record is going to be successful. Okay. In other words, guiding your users to spend their time, as far as opportunities go, on the opportunities that have the best potential of closing. The score is from 1 to 99. Obviously, the higher score, the better chance it has of closing. How does it know? Well, based on your company's experience, as you use Salesforce more and more and more, Einstein Opportunity Scoring will then kick in and start using your data and what's happened in your org. Prior to that, it used to be we had to wait a while for opportunity scoring to work because you needed X amount of data based on the object. Sometimes it was 6 months worth. Sometimes it was lots and lots of records. But now you can use industry standards to develop the score. Once you have the score, you can use it in reports. You can use it in automation. You can use it on your dashboards so people know which opportunities they should be keying into. Okay. So as far as opportunities go, absolutely wonderful. Same with leads. You can use Einstein lead scoring. Another tool you have, and this is something I would recommend you clicking a few buttons if you haven't, is using Kanban instead of your regular list view, your default list view. But while you're in list views, take a look at your table view, which is what the default is, and also take a look at split view so you're aware of the three of them. It's split view, Kanban view, and list view, the regular table list view. Okay. What Kanban allows you to do, in a way, is very similar to Path. Because in your view, you can choose how to segregate, how to classify the records in that particular object. You can add filters just like a regular list view. And based on how you choose to see it, which is nothing more than a pick list, it can be your, in opportunities, your stage pick list, but it could be maybe your rating, if you have a rating field, or it could be your state, or it could be your industry. It doesn't have to just be stage or status. Whatever that pick list value is, you can show it using Kanban and break your records based on that status or based on that, whatever field it is, industry. And you can summarize a field. So maybe I want to summarize my opportunity amount. So I see my opportunities industry by industry broken out and how much is sitting in the pipeline. Maybe I only want to see open opportunities. And it shows them graphically as cards. So each record is shown as a card. And my users can drag and drop the value of that pick list, whatever has been decided in Kanban. You can go from Kanban to regular list views. You can go from Kanban to split view. Okay, it is just a toggle, but it is a really nice way to drive user adoption. Path and Kanban are both ways that are very visual that tend to drive adoption if you see it. We have, and when we talked about mobile, we talked about going to Google Play or the App Store to get the app. Salesforce has its own app store called the App Exchange. Right? The App Exchange, if you haven't been there, is awesome. It's our online marketplace. And there is a load of free stuff there for you. Okay. Sure, there's things that cost money also, but there's lots and lots and lots of things. All right. So if you don't see something declarative in Salesforce, in the declarative Salesforce, regular old Salesforce application, and you need more or extra or something cool, go to the App Exchange. Okay. What you might see might be right there. Already done, already tested. A lot of it, as I mentioned, is free. Okay. You can do things that you typically can't do in Salesforce. Every new release, all of the apps in the App Exchange are tested to make sure that they continue to work. If they are for charge, you know what the charge is. There's no development lag time because it's already available. What is in the App Exchange and where would I recommend you trying it out if you haven't? Go to Trailhead and create a playground, okay? And then go to the App Exchange and just to see how it works, search for dashboard apps. What you'll find are a load of dashboard apps that are there available for free. Many of them, and I'm looking to see, this one might be, but I can't see. If you see a blue background and a beaker, and it says Salesforce Labs, Salesforce wrote that app. So it was created by Salesforce. It's just not part of our generally available product. And you can download these apps into a playground as long as they're free to test them out. Many of the modules in Trailhead do have you download apps from the App Exchange. Once you've downloaded those apps, whatever it is, or the dashboards, you can test them out. And you get dashboards and the reports that go with them. You may get formulas. You may get custom fields. They're really cool. Okay. So we use App Exchange to have additional functionality that's just not part of Salesforce without having to write something programmatically. Right? There's admin tools, productivity tools, just components, loads of solutions. So anything free, give it a try. And of course, best practices are, if you have a playground, that's one thing, but typically we download to a sandbox environment, test them out first before you would implement something in production. Okay. Remember, because it's already there, you don't have a lag time. There's no development life cycle. Okay. Once you have it, not only can you download to be used for the admin, but you can download it to be used for all users. It runs on the Salesforce platform. It's tested and certified by Salesforce, and then it is rated by our users. And I do recommend this one if you want to give it a try. There's lots and lots of cool stuff there. Okay. And that leads us to some discussion about data and analytics. So let's take a deep breath and we're going to move on to our third segment. We're going to talk about tools that you have to import, update data into Salesforce. How can we transfer data or mass delete? What options do we have to export data and backup data? The first bullet, and what we're going to be talking about in this entire section, is pretty straightforward. It should be a relatively easy 14% for your exam. Okay? There's no deep meaning here. Some of it, sure, you may have to memorize, but it is really comparatively straightforward. I always consider this part the easy, for me, the easy part, because it is a very straightforward set of requirements. So how do you import, update, transfer, delete, export, and backup data? We're going to talk about those tools. Okay. What is data validation? What types of data validation are there? What and how do you write a report, create a report? What's a report type? What happens when you're creating, running reports? How is that influenced by your sharing model? Based on what records people can see, how does that affect your reports and dashboards? What is a dashboard? What are your options? Okay. And same with reports. What are your options? And we're going to talk about that in this data and analytics management section. And this is a singular requirement on the exam. And our scenario is pretty broad. Working Armor Bags has a spreadsheet of recent leads they'd like to import into Salesforce. Can you do it? We have two tools. Let me back up, make it even more general. We're going to talk about two tools. There are other tools to get data into Salesforce, and there's other ways to get data into Salesforce. If you can get data into CSV format, it doesn't matter where that data comes from. We have a tool to get it into Salesforce. So requirement for both Data Loader and Import Wizard is the data has to be in CSV format, but we don't care where it comes from. Okay? It could be from the moon. It's yours, okay? What do you need to know about these two tools? So we have Data Import Wizard on the one side, and then Data Loader IO on the other side. Why do we have something called Data Loader / Data Loader IO? There are two flavors of Data Loader. One is cloud-based. That's Data Loader IO. One is client-based. It's on your computer. That's Data Loader. Data Loader and Data Loader IO pretty much do the same things. There are a couple of nuances, but otherwise they really do the same thing. Okay? All right, what do they do? Let's start with Data Import Wizard. Data Import Wizard is written by Salesforce. It is integrated into the Salesforce app. Okay? And because of it, I like to call it smart. Things have been built into Data Import Wizard that you don't get in Data Loader. But that said, Data Import Wizard is very limited. Firstly, it's called Data Import Wizard. What do you think it does? It imports. It brings data into Salesforce. It updates. It brings data into Salesforce. That's all it does. One direction in. That's it. Can't come out. Just can go in. Batch size is limited to 50,000 records. Data Import Wizard does do duplicate checking. Depending on the object, there are certain fields that you can select to duplicate check on. For example, for leads, when you're creating new leads, importing new leads, you can check against an email address. So if the email address is already in Salesforce, you can consider that a duplicate and that record won't load, or name on leads. You can duplicate check on the record ID, but think about it, and this is something you might see on your exam. There are no record IDs when you are creating new records. There's nothing to check against because the data coming in For new records, doesn't have an ID yet. You can only do duplicate checking on record IDs when you update. I hope that makes sense. So if you have some sort of a question that talks about importing records and duplicate checking, one of the fields to duplicate check on cannot be the record ID. Okay? Choose whether or not to trigger workflow rules. And this isn't just workflow rules, it's processes as well. Right? What does that mean? By default, Import Wizard will not run workflow rules or processes on those records. When you use automation tools, Flow and Workflow and Process Builder, they can operate when records change. They run when records change. Okay? When you're using Import Wizard, right, you may have things that are set up to automatically run based on certain conditions. By default, Import Wizard will not run them. However, there's an option if you want to run them, you can, but it will not run them. Right? The one thing that is not specifically checked here that's probably the biggest deal, other than the fact this only imports, is that Import Wizard is very, very limited as to which objects it works on. It will work on any of your custom objects, but it only works, and this is on the Lightning side, for accounts, contacts, leads, and it'll allow you to update campaign member status. That's it. So if you get a question about tools to be used for opportunities or cases or users, you can't use Import Wizard. Okay, even if it's 50 opportunities, can't use Import Wizard, doesn't allow you to. Okay, the objects are really important to know. So review the available objects for Import Wizard. Okay. On the other side is Data Loader. Data Loader, depending if it's desktop, 5 million records a batch. If it's cloud IO, 1 million records a batch, which in either case is too many. But regardless, you're not limited to just 50,000 records. So if the question says 100,000 records per batch, you can't use Import Wizard. Data Loader, either one, is not limited to specific objects. It's available for all objects. Okay, so if it is opportunities or users, that's your answer. You can use Data Loader IO to import, to update, and to import update. They call import insert. I don't know why. They call import update upsert. And luckily updates update. Import update or upsert means it will create a new record if it's not there, and it'll update an existing record if it can. That's upsert or import update in Import Wizard. But Data Loader is bidirectional. It also allows you to export. So you can get data out of Salesforce using Data Loader where you can't using Import Wizard. It'll allow you to do an export all, so you can use Data Loader for backup, and it will allow you to delete records. Data Loader also allows you to save mappings. What does that mean? That means column heading on your file matches X field on your object, so it knows where to put it. You can save that if you're going to use the same job over and over. And you can schedule jobs in Data Loader. Every day I want to run this at 5 o'clock, and it will. Okay. But Data Loader will also run workflow rules and processes. If they're there, you need to turn them off. Processes and workflows will not run on export, but they will on import and update. So you need to turn them off if you don't want them to run if you're using Data Loader. Make sure that you understand the best practices for data manipulation, okay? If you are importing data and you need to save that data, you need a field to put it in. So you have to build those custom fields. Clean up your data. I'm sure you all know that before you do an import. If you're doing an update, how do we know we're updating the right records? Remember that account names, opportunity names are not unique. I can have 50 accounts with the exact same name. Salesforce doesn't care. What makes each of those 50 accounts unique is the account ID. So if I want to make sure I am hitting the right record on an update, I need the record IDs, and I can use Data Loader to export those. When you are updating data, test. Okay. Always test, even if it's relatively small, because you don't want to mess up your data. And do a backup before you do anything significant. Okay. It's a really good idea to designate a particular time when your users will not be in Salesforce if you are planning on bringing data into Salesforce or updating data, mostly updating data. And if you have automation set up, like workflow rules, flow, or process builder, make sure you turn them off if you're using Data Loader before you import or update. If you go to either tool, Data Loader, IO, or Import Wizard, you will see loads of FAQs and training and videos and all the information you can ever imagine right in the tool if you need more information about what they do. Our scenario next is Working Armor Bags wants to be sure they won't lose any of their data. What are our options for backing up our data in Salesforce? All right, yes, we have, I don't know how many levels of redundancy at Salesforce. Absolutely, we do. But you may want to back up your data, right? And in this particular slide, 2 out of the 3 of them are meaningful, right? And I'll explain why. You can back up your data using Data Loader IO, or something called the Data Export Service. Reports will not do a data backup for you. They will not do a full backup. It is impossible. So X that one out, and we'll talk about it a little later when we talk about reports and what you can do as far as using it. Okay, so as far as a full data backup, reports cannot do it. Don't be fooled. If you use Data Loader IO, and use an export, you can do an export all, and you will export into CSV, Excel, or a couple of other databases, all of your object data. You can automate it, you can schedule it, or you can do it manually. Right? Easy enough. Our data export service allows you to schedule a weekly or monthly export, a backup. not only can you include all of your object data, but you can also include attachments, files, and so forth where you can't using Data Loader. Okay. The difference and how it works is if you choose to run the export service, the data export service, the job runs in the background. You schedule it when you want it to run. Time and how frequent and what day if it's weekly. Okay, if it's monthly, what day of the month. All right, and it runs. And when it completes, you get a series, depending on how much data you have, of emails. And in those emails are links to zip files. Okay. You have 48 hours to pick up those links. Once you pick up the links, it'll take you to somewhere in the Salesforce world where you can download your data. You have to download it manually to some sort of media. If you don't get those links, after 48 hours, they go poof, and it'll rerun again based on when you set it up. Okay, so that's up to you how you want to do it, if you want to do it. And some people don't. And just, I guess I should say it here, the reason reports don't work, okay, is firstly, you cannot write a report for every single object. Secondly, you can't run a report for every single field. Thirdly, you can't run one report for all of the objects at once. Okay. It is very specific. Think of what a report is. That's all you can back up, is what's on the report. Okay. You can add a whole bunch of columns, but it's really just very, very targeted and specific. And it can be effective, but it is not for everything. All right, so you are just powering through this. You've already backed up all your data. Now, how do we make sure that our data is good? Okay, and that is data validation. We have two types of data validation: system data validation and custom data validation. The behavior for both is the same. If a record fails validation, regardless which type, the behavior is the user is going to get an error message and they will not be able to save the record until the error is fixed. So the behavior is you can't save and you get an error message. System data validation comes first. It is based on, it comes out of the box, it's there, it's based on attributes, right? Some examples of system data validation are your field type. If you try to type text into a date field, what's going to happen? You're going to get an error message and you won't be able to save it till you type in a valid date. Okay. That's field data type. If a field is required by definition, so when you're creating a field, if you make the field required, it has to have an entry in it. If you don't put something in it, it's going to tell you, hey, this is a required field, you need to put something in it. What is the behavior? You're going to get the error message. You won't be able to save until you put something in it. You can make certain fields, emails, text, and number fields, right? Okay, unique by definition. In case you do, what that means is if someone tries to create a record that's a duplicate of those fields that have been made unique, okay, the behavior is going to be you get an error message and you won't be able to save until you fix it. Okay. System data validation runs first. Basically, very little can happen before system data validation, because the record isn't even finished with before it runs. It happens immediately. Right? So once, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Just give me 1 second. Show it. We don't. So let's talk a little bit about system data validation and required fields and unique fields. Just a few pointers. Required fields. A required field by definition. If you make a field required by definition, and by that I mean when that field is created, there's a checkbox that says make the field required. If it's required by definition, it must be on all of your pages. Every page layout must have that field, and it must be editable, and it cannot be hidden. Okay, so a field that's required by definition has to be editable by everybody. So field level security, it has to be editable. It has to be on your pages. Right? Is there anything particular about unique field? Yes, unique field. If you choose to make a field unique after the fact, in other words, you have a whole load of records, and same with required fields. If you make a field required or unique based on the field itself after records exist, Salesforce does not go backwards and says, oh, I'm making this required or unique now. Hey, you've got 50 duplicates. We don't tell you that. Or you have 50 records that don't have a value in this field. We don't tell you that. You won't get the error message until somebody tries to update that record with whatever's wrong. Then you'll get the error message. We don't go backwards and check everything and give you a report. Okay, now could you run a report on what's blank? Sure, but we don't do that automatically. Okay. Oh, one other thing about unique fields, you can choose whether or not to make them case sensitive. I think that's everything I need to tell you. I think so. All right, so system data validation. But all companies have unique situations as far as what data should be where, what data they need. And we handle that using custom data validation rules. Okay, custom data validation rules only run after system data validation is complete. And it's possible for you to get system data validation rules first and then custom data validation rules second because your users aren't following your rules. The behavior in a custom data validation rule is the same as a system data validation rule. If someone doesn't do what they're supposed to do, we want to show them an error message and we don't want them to save. So when you create a custom data validation rule, we write for the failure. We write for what's wrong because that's what we're testing for. If someone follows what we want them to do, they don't even have to know that there was a data validation rule there. They're following our rules. We're happy. They're doing the right thing. They're going to go on. It's the people who don't listen that we care about. So, in this example, opportunity discounts must not exceed 20%. If somebody uses a discount of 15%, what do we want to have happen? Nothing. They're good. They don't have to do anything. We want to keep going. What happens if they put in 25% though? Well, we want to tell them they can't, and they have to fix it before we're going to let them save the record. Okay. So once they do what's wrong, we write our validation rule formula for the failure condition. In this case, it would be discount percent greater than 20%. If this is true, we want to show an error message, and we do not want them to be able to save the record till they correct it. Okay, you can write custom data validation rules for all sorts of different scenarios. But remember, and this is something really important to remember on your exam, custom data validation and system data validation do not update or automate anything. They do not. Think about what they do. If the question you're being asked on your exam says, how would the admin automate something? And one of the choices is a validation rule. Well, the validation rule might absolutely show you what's wrong, but it's not automating anything. Because what has to happen with the validation rule? Somebody has to sit there and type something in order to correct it. It will not automate. Write that down as a note with an exclamation point. Validation rules do not automate. Even though some people think they do, they don't. All right. Working Armor Bags has records in their database that already exist in AW computing, and they want to several account and contact records, to name a few. All right. If we have duplicates, or maybe we have records we don't need anymore, how can we delete them? What are our options? All right. So export, you can use Data Loader to delete records. Okay. Data Loader allows you to filter what you're deleting. Okay. And it's up to you. Okay. So it's object by object. Data Loader allows you to build SOQL queries, so you just get to the records you want and you can delete them. As far as best practices before deleting, we do recommend that you back up. Okay. We also have a mass delete tool. It's part of setup in Salesforce, but the mass delete tool is only for standard objects. Okay, and reports. It does not work on your custom objects. And remember, you cannot delete user records. By default, when records are deleted, they go to your recycle bin. Your recycle bin will hold records for 15 days, a guaranteed 15 days, and you can restore them. The recycle bin allows you to see what's there. You can permanently delete from the recycle bin. Records, once they're in the recycle bin, are not searchable anymore. You access the recycle bin in Lightning from the app launcher. Okay. As an admin and as a user, all users have a My Recycle Bin. So it's whatever you are deleting. You as an admin also have an org recycle bin, which is everybody's. Right? And so you can see everything that anybody has in the recycle bin. If you choose to empty the org's recycle bin, you've emptied it for everybody and they won't be able to restore anything anymore. Empty means permanent, bye. Okay, so don't, unless you have to. What do you need to know about the mass delete tool? Again, it's standard objects only. You can add filters just like you can with Data Loader. The difference in Data Loader is you can use it for custom objects. Okay. What's nice about the delete tool is you're going to get a list of all of the records that are going to be deleted before they are, so you can pick and choose. Okay, so if you see a record that shouldn't be deleted, you uncheck it so it won't be. If a deletion is going to cause child records to be deleted, remember what we talked about, master detail relationships. Delete the parent, delete the children. You're going to get a message prior to deleting, so you don't have to. Okay. And again, best practices is to do a backup before you use mass delete. Even though you have 15 days in the recycle bin, it's not always so easy. What you may consider, and I don't know if you're going to see a scenario like this at all. If you are using tools to bring data into Salesforce, you may choose to create a field, a custom field on your object that you're importing to, okay, as well as obviously the column heading in the file, and make that field hidden, and it might be like a batch number. So you can always go back and identify what records in an object were added in what batch. Okay, so you might have that number, and that way, if you need to access it, you can always filter on it. Okay, and if you need to delete a particular group of records, you'll always know exactly which ones they are. Okay, another scenario. We want to make sure Working Armor Bags is aware of what we can do with reports and dashboards in Salesforce. Can you run through the basics of designing reports and dashboards? So what are reports? Well, I think you know what reports are. They are lists or summaries. Okay. You can build a report from scratch. You can take a report and make changes and do a save as and create a custom report. Okay. Reports are saved in folders. If you have the option, and it is a profile permission to create reports, you will have a private folder. Who sees a private folder? The person. There's also a public folder. The public folder is like your junk drawer. It's all the reports that nobody put into a folder. And then you have custom folders. Custom folders are the way we organize reports. Custom folders, in order to build them, require a profile permission. Who has access to custom folders? We share access to folders. And this is true for reports, and this is true for dashboards, and this is true for email templates, folders, okay? We share access to the folders, and we control access down to a single report or a single dashboard or a single email template, not to the record itself. We control access by who has access to the folder the report lives in. So if I have 5 reports in a folder, I cannot say user A can only see one of them. If they're all in the same folder, user A sees all reports and has access to all of the same access to all the reports in that folder. Okay. Custom reports can be deleted because they're yours. Custom reports can be changed because they're yours. When you build a report, this is a really nice checklist to make sure you've got all the pieces. The first thing when you're building the report is, what are you reporting on? What does that mean? That means what objects. We call the object or objects you're reporting on a report type. And the very first thing you'll see when you create a new report is you identify the report type. A report type can be a single object or up to 4 objects. When you create a custom object, you can make it reportable. If you check the checkbox on a custom object to make it reportable, Salesforce will automatically build a report type for you for that object. You don't have to do it. If you create an object relationship and objects are reportable, Salesforce will build a report type for those 2 objects. Okay. When Salesforce builds report types, and it's more than one object, the report type can join objects with the word with. What does that mean? Opportunities with opportunity products. What does that mean? The with is how the objects are joined. We call the word with an inner join because it changes your data set, the records that are included. Opportunities with products or opportunity products is only going to give you on your report those opportunities that have products. Accounts with opportunities is only going to give you accounts that have opportunities, your data set. If you want to see all accounts, whether or not they have opportunities, you need to build what we call a custom report type. And your choices are to join your objects with the word with or with the words with or without. With or without is what's called an outer join. Opportunities with or without, accounts with or without opportunities. Opportunities with or without opportunity products. What you would get with opportunities with or without opportunity products are all of your opportunities, whether or not they have products. And then you could add product field information as well if they did. Opportunities with opportunity products are only going to give you those opportunities that have opportunity products. You're not going to get the ones that don't. So the report type is key as to where you start as far as your data set and which objects you're going to be able to add to your report. Based on your primary object of your report type, you will then have your scope. What is scope? It's basically which records do you want to see and the time frame. And whatever that first object is in your report type determines that. Every time opportunities is the first object, you're going to get the same scope options. They're going to be close date equals current fiscal quarter. It's going to be opportunity status all. It's going to be all opportunities. If accounts is your first object in your report type, it's always going to default to my accounts, not all accounts. Then which columns? I'm assuming you all know what columns are. Formats. We have 4 different formats when it comes to reports. By default, we start out with tabular. A tabular is just a list. Tabular doesn't have any subtotals, it's just a list. Then we have a summary report where we have subtotals, which we call groupings, the fields that you're subtotaling on. It might be stage, it might be industry, it might be close date, whatever it might be. In a summary report, you get 3 groupings. Okay, so remember that. That's one of the numbers you may need to know. 3 groupings on a summary report. If you want to show without detail, typically in a grid view, basically looking like a table, we call that a matrix report. A matrix report has 4 groupings, 2 vertical, 2 horizontal. And then we have something called a joined report. A joined report is basically a report that has multiple blocks, 5 blocks. Each block can have its own report type and its own report. And it needs one common field that lines up across all blocks and gives you a very nice full picture like a scorecard on a particular record. We use joint reports for things like seeing everything about an account, where I can look at cases next to opportunities. Because we didn't mention it specifically, but if you look at Schema Builder and your schema, even though cases are related to accounts and opportunities are related to accounts, cases and opportunities have no relationship to each other. And if I want to see an account and I want to see all of the opportunities it has in the pipeline, all open opportunities and all open cases next to each other, I can't do that with a report type because my report type is based on related objects, but I can do it with a joined report. Okay. Groupings are my subtotal fields. Summaries are the numeric fields that I am totaling, like opportunity amount or annual revenue or average days where a case is open. Summary fields can be summed, averaged, maxed, or minned. You can have up to 20 filters, custom filters on a report. And by default, our filters are joined together with the word and. We use filter logic to change those ands as needed to or, not, and we can add parens as well. So we can add the logic we need for 20 filters, which is a lot of filters. And you can add color, we call it conditional highlighting, to your reports, and charts to your reports. Charts chart and show values from groupings. That's where the information comes from, your grouping, your subtotal level. So tabular reports cannot have charts. Why? Because there are no groupings. You may see something like that. Okay? Think about it. No groupings, no subtotals, no charts. Can't do it. As mentioned, access to reports and dashboards is controlled by folders. You can build folders in Lightning and subfolders within those folders. Access to the primary folder is the same access across the board as far as the subfolders go. So if I share a folder, whatever it may be, okay, I share that first folder, and then I build subfolders. Those subfolders do not get shared individually. They have the same access as the original master folder. What we use subfolders for is nothing more than organization. Okay. Down here, you see your org's sharing model will impact who can see reports. Really, what that means is who can see what on reports. If you have a report in a folder that someone has access to, but it's a case report, that person is going to not, and the person on their profile does not have access to the case object, they can't run the report. If a report in a folder someone has access to a report with certain columns on it, and a person who that folder is shared with does not have field level security allowing them to see those columns, those fields, they're not going to see, they'll see the report, but not those columns. Okay. If you see as an admin 100 records on your report, another user may only see 3 because they only have access to 3 records based on the sharing model. So the sharing model does impact not only who can see reports, but what they can see. When we share a folder, there are 3 levels of sharing: view, edit, and manage. View means you can see the reports in there. Okay, you can run them, but you can't overwrite them. Edit means you can make changes to them. And manage means you can do everything as well as sharing the folder with additional people. Okay. Who can you share the folder with? Users, roles and subordinates, and public groups. Okay. So just to reiterate, what is a report type? It is the object or objects that you can report on. What is included in a report type? The fields based on the object or objects. Okay. The default columns based on the primary, well, actually, it's not based on the report type. Okay. The filters, the scope filters is based on the primary object in the report type. Okay. Which objects and fields are available. And the default columns is really, if you have a custom report type, you can choose which columns you want to show as defaults in preview. By default now, and this is relatively new, but I don't think it'll come up as a question, but as you add custom fields to an object, by default now there's a checkbox on your fields that says add to your report types automatically, and that new field automatically adds to the report types. If you don't want it to, you can turn that checkbox off. I don't know if that's going to come up at all. These again are my 4 report formats. Tabular is just a list, no groupings. Summary has groupings, subtotals, 3 of them. Okay. Matrix, 4 of them. It shows as a grid. Join reports, up to 5 blocks. Each block is basically its own report. And we line up, as long as there's one common field running across all of my blocks. I can line them up. You can see pictures of all of these in Trailhead. You can, I know that, I think all of them, I believe all of them. Also, there are videos, Salesforce videos in YouTube on all of our reports. You can add 20 custom filters, as I mentioned. Okay, and then by default, they are all put together with the word and, as you're seeing here, right here. And then you can change that and based on what you have to have happen to ors, nots, and parens. So in this particular situation, this is opportunities. We're going to show all opportunities for the current fiscal quarter, but we have custom filters. The first one says type equals existing business and lead source equals trade show and lead source equals advertisement. Well, that's not going to work. This is what happens because these two kind of cancel each other out and it's never going to be true. This needs to be an or. So using something called filter logic, we can switch this 1 and 2 and 3 to 1 and paren 2 or 3. And so what we will get are type equals existing business and lead source is trade show, or type equals existing business and lead source equals advertisement. And that's filter logic. Okay. This chart is wrong. I mean, this slide, because, and I'm going to let you think about it for a second, 2 of these cannot be put in reports. Actually, 3 of them, now that I'm looking at it. 3 of these on this slide cannot be added to a report. So I'm going to give you a second to see if you can come up with it before I tell you. And then I'll tell you why they're here. I'm sure you know. Okay. So remember, charts in reports pull from your subtotal lines. That's where the data comes from. You can have horizontal and vertical bars. You can have lines. If you have 2 groupings, you can have stacked bars. You can have donuts, single grouping. You can have funnels, single grouping. Okay? You can have scatter charts. It's a single grouping with 2 measures or metrics. Gauges, tables, and metrics are only for dashboards. Tables is the only way you can include data from a tabular report on a dashboard. A table, a lightning table, dashboard only, not reports. Basically, you can build a lightning table, and they're very cool. It does not even require that your report has the columns you want. You can build a lightning table on a dashboard using any field from the report type of the report, not the report itself. And on a table, you can grab data from the grouping lines, the subtotal lines, or from the detail itself and literally build spreadsheets right onto your dashboard. But you can put it in a report. It's not there. Gauges and metrics are also dashboards only. And where their data comes from is your grand total line. Okay. So again, not reports. You can't have gauges and metrics on reports, but you can on dashboards, and it comes from the grand total line. One other thing to mention about charts. If you have a joined report and you want to show the joined report on a dashboard as a component, you must build the chart in the report. You cannot build a joined report chart component on the dashboard. So you have to build it on the report first. And then when you build a component in a dashboard, you have an option to choose to pull the chart from a report automatically, so you don't have to rebuild it. That's how you add a chart to a joined report on a dashboard. So let's go over this one last time, because you do need to know horizontal and vertical bars, lines, stacked bar, whether it's horizontal or vertical, if you have two groupings, donuts, funnels, and scatter charts. Okay, those are for reports. Tables, dashboards only. Metrics and gauges, dashboards only. Metric and gauges pulls from the grand total line of your report. Tables is the only way we can show tabular reports, but you can use tables for any kind of report. What can you do with a report? Right? You can subscribe, you can schedule, you can send. Right? You can export also. Let me just see if we even talk about it. No. Okay. You can also export. So let's talk about a couple of these things. Subscribe, you can subscribe up to 5 reports. You can subscribe as yourself, and depending on your profile permissions, you may be able to subscribe as somebody else. Okay. If you subscribe to a report, you can send the results, depending on your profile permissions, to yourself. Or you can also send it to somebody else or other people. The only people you can send the report to via email when you subscribe are people who have access to the folder the report is in. In order to send it again, people have to have the folder available to them, no matter who it might be. When you subscribe to a report, you can choose to subscribe daily, weekly, monthly, depending on what you choose. It's which day, and you can set a time. When you subscribe to a report, you can decide whose data set you want to use. Okay, me means you, right? But again, based on your profile permissions, you can choose to run the report using somebody else's view of the data. That's another person. But the other person can only be somebody who has access to the folder the report is in. And when we run the report as somebody else, okay, we call that assigning a running user. So running user is a really important concept in reports and dashboards. Running user means whose view of the data am I going to be seeing? If I make me the running user and I'm the admin, someone's going to see everything. If I make Matt Wilson, who's a rep, the running user, everybody's going to see what Matt sees. Okay, just the records he sees. But Matt needs access to the folder the report is in. Let's go back a sec. So that's subscribe. Now, the other thing you can do with subscribe is you can set conditions. I only want this report to run if. Okay. And so it might be a particular annual revenue is under $1 million, or what's in the pipeline is whatever. Okay. You can do that as well. Scheduling is different than subscribe. I do not think it's going to come up on your exam, but if it does, scheduling has to happen on the classic side. You can schedule, I believe it's 2 reports an hour to run in the background, okay, where you cannot subscribe in Lightning to that many reports. Exporting. You can export a report 2 different ways. You can export a formatted report, and there's an export choice. And what you get is basically an Excel spreadsheet that looks just like your report, but it doesn't ever include the chart. If you have a chart in the report, it won't be in the exported version that's formatted. Or you can export what we call details only, which literally, you can be CSV or Excel, is a spreadsheet. And we can use that data. Okay, you can use that data, export it as a report. If you want to make some changes to the data, you can. And then you can use Import Wizard, depending on the object, or Data Loader to bring it right back in and update. Okay, so it's really just data. It's the spreadsheet that you're creating using export. What are dashboards? They are visual representations of your reports. You can have 20 components on a dashboard. Dashboards get refreshed. Okay. We have 2 kinds of dashboards, fixed and dynamic. The running user determines the data that is shown on the dashboard. A dashboard is built. All of these are called components. The pictures are the same, but based on the running user, you may see different numbers. Okay. We use, when we build a dashboard, a custom report and a picture, and we combine them together into a component. Each component has attributes you can set. Access to a dashboard is given through the folders, the exact same rules as a report folder. Depending on where the data is coming from, gives you access to the different types of components, the different pictures. As I mentioned, gauges and metrics, grand total. Charts, grouping lines or subtotals. Table, doesn't matter. Anywhere. As long as I have access to the report type, I can put any column from that report type into my table. The 2 types of dashboards we have are fixed user dashboards and dynamic dashboards. If you choose, and let me find it, the dashboard viewer as your, when it says view dashboard as the dashboard viewer, that means whoever logs in is the running user. Whoever logs in is seeing their data based on your sharing model, and that's called a dynamic dashboard. If the dashboard is chosen to see it as me or another person, and again, you need profile permissions, the other person must be somebody with access to the folder the dashboard's in, okay? And everybody is going to see the dashboard with the same data because we're using somebody specific as the running user. So if Allison Wheeler is the running user for this dashboard, everybody who looks at the dashboard is going to see what Allison sees. If the dashboard viewer is the running user, everyone's going to see different data, different numbers. Oh, let me go back one. If we make the dashboard dynamic, the dashboard viewer, there is an option where that viewer can see the dashboard as their subordinates based on the role hierarchy. Anybody below them in the role hierarchy. So it's great for managers. You need to check this checkbox and give the person who's going to be the dashboard viewer the profile permission that says view my team's dashboards. Okay, so with view my team's dashboard in a dynamic dashboard, you can change basically the running user if this checkbox is checked. In a dynamic dashboard, the dashboard has to be refreshed manually. Okay. Refresh for dashboards has to be scheduled in Classic, but it'll run in Lightning. And that's the same with reports too. If in your dashboard, and I'm trying to see if we can see it at all. Let me just look and see if we can see it. It may be too small. Right here. Yeah. Do you see where it says view report right here and here? You do not have to allow users to view the source report. By default, they can. So what this is telling me is the report, opportunities by rep, is where this number is coming from. This is a metric. Okay. If you want someone to see the detail behind it and they click into it, regardless of who the running user is on the dashboard, they're only going to see their information. So if Allison Wheeler is the running user and she is the VP of sales, everybody's going to see 1.6 million. But if one of the reps clicks into the source report, they're not allowed to see every single opportunity, maybe. They may only see 300,000 or 30,000. Okay. Once you get to the report, the sharing model kicks in. Okay. So if I don't want my users to see the report at all, I just don't share the report folder with them. I share the dashboard folder with the people I want to see the dashboard, but the source report folder, I just don't share with them and they can't see the source report. Okay. And that leads us to our final lesson, which is workflow and process automation. And again, this is a large portion and questions you will definitely be getting. Workflow and process automation, we're going to talk about the possible tools that we have, use cases and capabilities for flow and for approvals. In addition, we're going to talk about case management / lead management, okay, and ways that we can automate both. Working armor bags sales department would like to keep on top of opportunities as they move through the pipeline. When a big deal hits the proposal price quote stage, they'd like an automatic alert to be sent out to the account team. Well, the old way to do that was workflow rules. Again, I'm not sure how many questions, if any, are still going to be there about workflows. I don't know if you're aware that workflow rules are being transitioned to flow. Okay. That said, know it. I don't know how else to say it. All right. What do you need to know in a nutshell? There are 3 steps to a workflow rule: evaluation criteria, rule criteria, and actions. The 3 evaluation criteria are anytime a record's created or edited for any reason, created or edited to subsequently make your rules true. What are your rules, your filters? Only run it when the opportunity goes to close 1. What does the 3rd evaluation criteria mean? Anytime a record's created or updated to make the rules true. Typically, for an opportunity, a new opportunity doesn't start out as closed 1. If I don't want the workflow to run until it gets to closed 1, I would choose the 3rd option. And Salesforce happily holds this thing and holds it and holds it. And finally, when stage goes to close 1, if I chose the 3rd option, it would run. Workflow rules can only do 4 things: tasks, email alerts, field updates, outbound messages. A task is a to-do. Okay, it is an activity, it's reportable. Email alerts, send out emails. Email alerts require that you have an email template. Okay, field updates are just what they sound like. You can update fields. In workflow rules, you are more limited to what fields you can update. You can always update fields on the object you're on. And in certain cases, you can update fields on the parent object, but that's it. Outbound messages is data going out of Salesforce. Right? You can have up to 10 of each of these 4 actions, but these are the only 4 things workflows do. You can have time triggers. What are those? Those are, I want to do things immediately, which are these, and then I want to wait for X amount of time and run some more actions. You can do that as well. All right. When we talk about other ways we can automate, we are moving the majority of our automation to flow. When we use the term Salesforce Flow, we're talking about 2 tools, Process Builder and Flow Builder. Okay? Both of them are point and click options. Basically, Flow is the name of the product. We have the 2 tools. Process Builder, basically, we use for processes. Flow, we use to build flows. I mean, what else can I say? And there is a module that you can go to in Trailhead. This is a picture of Process Builder. Basically, the reason they're lumped together, for those of you who really didn't know, Process Builder is Flow with a different UI. That's all it is we've written, let's just say, simpler, more compact user interface for Flow. Under the covers, it's Flow. Everything about it and its rules are Flow. And it creates basically a record change flow. That's what it does. But it is called Process Builder because it uses a different tool. We use multiple criteria nodes using Process Builder. What can Process Builder do? It can create a record. Where workflow rules could only create tasks, Process Builder can create any kind of record. It can update records on the object you're on. It can update records on the parent object. It can update records on related lists of records. Okay. You can send an email, okay? An email alert, just like with workflow rules, but you need to build that email alert before you can use it in a process. And that's also the case in Flow. If you have Chatter enabled, you can use it to post to Chatter. You can use it to create and use it in a quick action. What quick actions? Again, you can use quick actions to create records, to update records. Oh, while I'm here, this has nothing to do with Process Builder, but I just want to mention it for quick actions. We have two kinds of quick actions, global and record-specific, object-specific quick actions. If you are using a quick action to update, it's only for object-specific quick actions. I don't know if you'll see it, but only object-specific quick actions can have update quick actions. Okay, anyway, you can use Process Builder to initiate that. You have to have the quick action before Process Builder can run it, so it has to be built. You can use Process Builder to submit a record into an approval process. Otherwise, you have to click the button. You can use Process Builder to launch a flow. You cannot use Process Builder to launch a screen flow, but you can use Process Builder to launch a flow that runs behind the scenes. Okay, but not a screen flow. You can use Process Builder to launch another process. You can use Process Builder to call Apex, custom code. You can even use Process Builder to manage quick documents. A few FYIs about Process Builder. Okay. Processes don't support outbound messages. Workflow rules and Flow do. You can use a call Apex action, which is custom code, and build that call. Remember, an outbound message is not what we call messages these days. It is data that is going out of Salesforce through the API. So we're sending data out of Salesforce using an outbound message declaratively, which is really powerful. You can't do it with Process Builder. You can do it with Flow. You can do it with Workflow. So if you're building something new, you're going to use Flow as the solution. You can't do it with Process Builder. Actions are executed in the order that they appear in your process. So if you do a field update first and an email and another field update and something else, that's the order they run in. Workflow rules don't work that way. All field updates come first, tasks come second, email alerts come first, outbound messages go last, no matter what order you put them in. Not the case with Process Builder or Flow. It's exactly the order you put them in. Criteria, nodes, and actions can't be reused in a process, but you can drag and drop them if you don't like the order they're there. If there are scheduled future actions, because Process Builder, and let me just go back one. The way Process Builder will work is we start by identifying the object, and then we have a criteria node. If the criteria node evaluates to true, so this is my filter, I branch, I have immediate actions, just like workflow rules, and then I can have future, what we call scheduled actions. Once the branch is complete, I stop. If it's false, I fall through and go to my next criteria node. If it's true, I branch and stop. And this is the default, how it typically works. And so on and so forth until I hit the bottom. Okay. What happens if I don't want to, and this, I'm trying to see if there's a picture of it. No. If I don't want to stop, I want to come back into my process. I can. So what happens is if I decide I want to branch, I want to run some stuff, but I want to come back into my process, I eliminate scheduled actions because I can't have scheduled actions if that's the case. And instead of stop, I say, continue on, go back to my process. And it will come right back in and go to my next node. If I do that, I can't have scheduled actions at the step. And I can just keep coming back and back and back. Okay. The last one. If we have scheduled actions, so future actions, things that we say, wait a week, wait a month, wait a year, wait 5 years. If those are sitting out there in the queue, waiting for something to happen, and the user who initiated the process becomes inactive, the admin is going to get an error message, which makes sense. Okay? Processes are versioned. You get 50 versions for a process. Only one can be active at any time. This is identical to flow because process is flow. So in your exam, if you have questions about process builder or flow builder, or flow or process, and you're not sure, you think there may be a big difference between the two, remember under the covers, they really are the same thing. So if you know that there are 50 versions of a process, you know you can have 50 versions of a flow. If you know there's only one version that can be active at any time for a particular process, you know that there's only one version that can be active at any time for flow. Let me just think what else I want to tell you here. I don't think anything else. I think we're good. Told you that. Okay, let me see if there's anything else. I mentioned that. Oh, if you do have a new version of a process, okay, but you have scheduled actions from an old version that haven't happened yet, those scheduled actions do not run with the new criteria, they run with the original criteria. So we don't make them disappear, they run under the old rules, even though there's a new version where they may not apply. I did want to mention that. Okay, that said, what is the difference and what can you do with flow? Basically anything. Just about anything. The only thing that you'll find that flow is not available for is working on records that are undeleted from the recycle bin. Other than that, flow is available for everything. We can use flow for screens, and we have a picture in just a minute. What does that mean? That means you can literally build flow with screens that tell your users, hey, ask the customer for their name, ask the customer for their email, go and then verify to see that it's truly a contact. Do this, do this, do this. Collect this information, put it all together, run a few formulas, and come up with an answer, all on the screen. It's a screen flow. They're awesome, okay? Only flow can do that with our automated processes, okay? You can have scheduled flows, auto-launch flows, record-triggered flows, and platform event-triggered flows that run in the background. A record-triggered flow is basically what happens with Process Builder, okay? Record-triggered flows typically will run after the record is saved. But we have an option where we can do updates before that record's saved. Okay, and it's quick options, and we can do updates right away as people are working. Auto launch flows run in the background. They're called by, that's what would be called by another process. Scheduled flows, obviously, they are auto launched based on a particular time. Platform event triggered flows, maybe you have another system and maybe it's an inventory system and you're returning something and you want to update Salesforce, you could use a platform event triggered flow. This is an example of a screen flow. This is my agent. A screen pops when a call comes in, asking for a first and last name and an email address. Then flow checks to see if the contact record exists. If it doesn't, it creates the contact record. If it does, it pops another screen. And what we are getting is information, so we can do some rating for a quote. So we're getting the quote information on the screen and running a formula or two to come up with a quote. What else it could do? It could also create a record with that information and store it. Flow Builder is the name of the tool. Okay, this is a picture of not a complex flow, but a relatively complex flow. We start, okay, and then depending on what happens, we have connections, which tells us where to go. Now, we have, this one's auto layout, which I don't think it is. We have two options called freeform and auto layout, depending just on how we want to build. Basically, the information's the same, it's just how it's put together. Okay, so they do the same thing. Flow Builder can be visual using screens. It can be very complex as far as what we're doing in the background on a non-screen flow. And again, remember, Process Builder can only launch flows that are not screen flows. When can we start a flow? Maybe when a user clicks a button, or a record's created or updated, or when a platform event occurs, or at a particular time. When you use the builder, basically what happens is we have resources, elements, connections, and start. You need the Manage Salesforce Platform Flow permission to open a flow. Even though flow will run and do pretty much anything, a lot of stuff has to be pre-built before you use it. So if you're going to be using flow, let's say for an email alert, okay, you need to build the email alert first. If you're going to be using it for, what else? To run an action, it has to exist first. Okay, you can't build it as you're building the flow. Fast create, fast update, as mentioned, is a before action where something happens before the save. What else do I want to tell you? You can use flow to save and share variables. One of the big cool things, if you look at elements, is that flows can call subflows. So you can build mini flows, flows that do specific jobs like building blocks. And you can pass variables from one flow to another flow. So you can build a flow based on these building blocks and reuse them over and over again. And we call those building blocks subflows. And they're an element just like screens or actions. Our flow building blocks, our elements, are basically in three categories. Okay, we have interaction elements, and this screen isn't showing them all. We have logic elements, and we have data elements. Let's start with the data elements, okay? So the data elements are things like creating records, updating records, getting records. When you get a record, those fields from that object are now available to the flow. The only tool that we have that works on deleted records is flow. So if it has to do with delete, if you have a question about delete and what tool can you use for deleted records, the answer is flow. Okay. What are loops? Loops, obviously, will loop through a collection of records. Assignments allow you to assign values. I may want to assign, based on different criteria, a particular opportunity name. I would use an assignment based on that criteria to assign a particular text name, a constant name. A decision is just what it sounds like. I can use radio buttons. I have different options. And my interaction elements would be my screens, different actions like email or creating a task, okay? And the third one, subflows, okay? And I can do that. What manager does, and I don't think we talk about it, let me see, no. What manager does is it lists what is in your flow, right? So if I've created a formula, if I'm using something specific like display text to show a prompt, I can see all of those attributes, all of those pieces of the flow, that particular flow under manager. And if you click on it, you can see the attributes of each one. So elements are my, let's just call them choices, even though choices mean something else. And manager is what I'm using. What I do want to mention, though, is error messages, okay? Flow is different. You're used to seeing formatted, pretty error messages when something doesn't work in Salesforce. If you're creating records, or if you're looking up records or updating records, deleting records, something may go wrong. And what you're going to get, what your user is going to get, is an error message if something does go wrong. We call it a fault. Okay? And by default, that fault is not a formatted message. All the user sees, is something that says unhandled fault. That's all they see. Okay? In order to see the actual error message, and again, this has to be typically, you're going to see it when it has to do with records. Okay? We need to grab the flow message literally and create a screen for that error message. Okay? So that error message that actually tells the user something rather than just an unhandled fault will be displayed. And into your flow, you have to build fault display screens. When you deploy a flow, okay, you can use a custom button, link, a custom action, a standard Lightning component that you could just drag on a page, and it's called flow, okay? Or utility item, which you'll see on the bottom of a console. You can start flows, but not screen flows from processes. Using debug logs, you can troubleshoot a flow. You can see what it does. You can also use debug right in the flow. and you can see what's going on. Developers can use programmatic solutions to launch flows, whether it's Lightning pages or Visualforce pages. Users can run flows if they have the run flow permission. Depending on what you're trying to do, we have different tools. Typically on your CERT exam, the answer is not going to be programmatic, but there may be some situations where it will be. So given the choice where we're talking about Visualforce or Apex, most of the time, but not all of the time, that won't be the right answer. If we're talking about showing screens, a guided visual experience, we're talking about Flow Builder. If we're talking about something that's running in the background, it could be a lot of things. It could be Flow Builder, it could be Process Builder, it could be Workflow Rules, it could be Apex. Apex is custom. Okay. If we're looking at running approval processes, we do have automation specific to approvals, which we're going to talk about next. If we're talking about undelete, it's Apex. The support director wants to confirm that we'll be following Working Armor Bag's existing approval process for large refunds. Can you take a look and confirm that what we've set up will meet their needs? You can build approval processes using Flow, but we have an entire approval process that really is a glorified workflow rule. So even though we don't really talk about workflows too much anymore, approval processes are basically workflows. Let's take a look. These are the steps when we talk about an approval process. Okay? And what those steps are is a record is submitted into the approval process. How is it submitted? Well, that's a question. There's a button that the user can push, or remember, we can use Flow Builder or Process Builder to do that automatically. Then we have entry criteria, and I am going to just have this filled out for you. What are the entry criteria? Should this record be entered into an approval process? Do you have filters? Not all, maybe it's an expense approval, and if it's under $50, it doesn't need to be approved. Okay, that's my entry criteria. Initial submission actions. If the record needs to be approved, what should happen? Typically, what happens is the record locks. Then, any step in an approval process can run any of the 4 actions a workflow rule can run. What are those 4 actions? Field updates, email alerts, task creation, outbound messages. So if a record that is locked in approval, okay, once it's locked, maybe you want to update a pick list field to pending approval. Maybe you want to send an email alert out. Any combination of those 4 workflow actions. Every approval process has to have at least one approval step. Who should get the record and what happens to it? Okay, so what's a sample of an approval step? Well, firstly, I need an approver. Who can be an approver? Well, if you remember from your user record, okay, managers can be approvers. So the user's manager can be an approver. You can create custom fields called hierarchical relationship fields on your user record for approvers for different scenarios. You can designate specific people to be approvers in your approval steps. You can have multiple approval steps. You can have one step where somebody approves, and maybe the next step they reject. And at that next step, you may say, I want to run my final actions, or maybe if they reject, they come back to the first step. What are my 3 possible outcomes for an approval? I can approve, I can reject. When you build an approval process, you have an option whether or not you want to allow recalls. What is a recall? It's an oops. It's the person who submits the record for approval says, I didn't want to do that. Just let's take the whole thing out of the process, okay? And I'm going to just try again. Final approval actions, what could it be? Well, the record might be unlocked. You might update some fields. You may send an email alert out or a task. Same with rejections. You may blank out the bad field, whatever it is. So the steps for an approval process are these. A couple of things to be aware of. Your approver, whoever the approver is for the approval steps, has multiple ways to approve. You can have a related list on your records. And on that related list of your approval steps, it'll show you where the record is in the process. And your approver can accept or reject, approve or reject right at that point on the related list. But that's something unusual. You can have email approval set up where the approver gets the email and they can say yes, no, approve, approved, reject, or rejected, and the record is. You can set up chatter approvals. And in Lightning, they'll get a little notification in the bell that they can click on and approve or reject an approval. You can add a component to the homepage for approvals. All of those ways are ways for an approver to approve. You can also allow something called delegated approvals, where if the approver doesn't want to approve, they can allow their delegated approver, which is also on the user record, to be the approver. Okay, so there's lots of options in approvals. What are some examples of approvals? Well, time off, expenses, discounts. Okay, all of these are options. Not an easy thing to memorize in 2 minutes, but what tools do you use for what? And this is something I would spend a little bit of time, even though we can pretty much make it easy with a quick discussion. If you want to do field updates, tasks, email alerts, or send outbound messages, and you don't want to do anything else, you could do workflow rules. All of our all of our tools except for Quick Actions and Process Builder do every one of those 4. Process Builder will not send an outbound message. Approval processes do those 4 things, plus they can lock and unlock records. I'm going to skip Quick Actions because they're a little different. Process Builder does everything except outbound messages, plus a whole bunch more. They can update child records. They can submit a record into the approval process. They can send surveys, notifications. send custom notifications, manage quick documents, run quick actions, post to Chatter, run flows, but not screen flows, run other processes, and so on, and run Apex. And Flow can do all of that, plus run subflows and loop. We have decision elements, we have assignment elements. It can do it all. Okay, delete records, look up records. Quick actions can update records if they are object-based quick actions. They can create records regardless. Tasks are records to create. So you can create tasks. They can send email alerts. Log a call are completed tasks, so are email alerts. And they can be used to launch custom visual force or components, Lightning Web Components or Flow. If you want to take a picture of this, you might want to. It's a real quick way to have everything in one piece. All right. In addition, if you go and you can Google it, you can go to help.salesforce.com. All right. And I think if you look up, and I believe it's process which tool, you'll get, if not this exact slide, something similar. In support, AW Computing is now going to be taking on the working armor bag cases. We'd like to set up special alerts for cases related to working armor bags products so we can be sure that customers are getting the extra attention and support they need. Do we have everything in place? This should be review. We can automate case and lead creation using web to lead or web to case. They are pretty much the same. There are just a couple of little differences between the two. What does this mean? It means that Salesforce can generate a web form, the HTML for a web form that you can put on a web page. Somebody can fill in that web form. When they send it, Salesforce will create a case or a lead record. This is only for cases or leads. Who is going to own that record? You can build an assignment rule. This again is only for cases or leads, and decide who's going to own the record based on your criteria. Who can own a lead or a case record, a user, or a queue? An assignment rule, you get one for leads and one for cases for your whole company that can be active at any time. So you get one active for leads, assignment rule, one active for cases. You can do it by region. You can do it by type of product. You can do it by whatever criteria you want. Step by step by step, who's going to get it? Remember, in your assignment rule, you must identify a default owner. So if for some reason your assignment rule doesn't work, we require that you identify who's going to end up the owner. Okay. We also have something called an auto response rule, which is also only for cases and leads. And it's the acknowledgement that is sent out to whomever filled in your web form saying, hey, we got the lead or the case and we'll be contacting you. One can be active at any time for leads, one for cases. Using web to lead, you can have 500 leads per 24 hours. Using web to case, you can have 5,000 cases, 24-hour period. We do have an overage queue of 10,000 records. That's a combination of leads and cases that have been that are beyond what the 500 or 5,000 limit is. This is a picture of an assignment rule. Okay, assignment rules are for leads and cases only, have multiple steps, and as I mentioned, need a default case owner. This is a picture of an auto response rule. Okay, same deal. You get one. The difference is instead of assigning a person, a queue, or a user to the lead or the case, we're sending an email out. And so we need an email template at each step of the auto response rule. Instead of using a default user, because we're talking about emails, we have to identify a default email template. So in the assignment rule, you identify a default owner. In our auto response rule, you identify a default email template. Before we do this, I do want to mention, we also have email to case. Leads don't have email to. Okay, so another automation option is email to case. And there are two ways to set up email to case. One is to use a full Salesforce solution, and that's called the on-demand solution. So we turn on email to case and also on demand. Okay, and that uses the Salesforce firewall. You are limited to attachments of 25 meg or less. Okay, and it uses some custom Apex that generates everything for you, but basically you set up an email address or addresses, and we match the incoming email address with contact email addresses. If we get a match, we attach that email and that case to the contact. Okay, and on the case that's created, there's a related list that will handle all the email traffic. Okay, because it's email, your users can send attachments for their cases. If you're using your own firewall, it's just called email to case, and you are not limited by us, but you might be by you as far as the size of the attachment goes. Okay, there is a piece of code that you do need where your email solution and Salesforce have to talk together that you can get from the developer. I believe it's from the App Exchange now. Okay, the last rule we're going to talk about is the escalation rule. Escalation rules are for cases only. Okay. And what basically it does is it says, okay, I have a case sitting there for X amount of time and nobody's touching it. I don't want that to happen. I want to make sure I am answering my cases, I am working on them, whatever it may be. An escalation rule allows me, based on time, so I set up a counter, let's say when a case is created, and I say, I want you to check in 3 hours. And if nothing and nobody has touched this case, I can escalate that case to a different owner. So I can assign it to a queue or another user. And I want to send an email alert out to maybe the manager, which I can do. I can notify a user. You get one active escalation rule for your entire company, and it's for cases only. Early triggers is set by default, and what it means, if you set an escalation rule where you're saying, okay, I want something to happen after 3 hours, I want to escalate my case, okay? Salesforce will start looking at all of your escalation requests because it sits there until that time comes up 15 minutes early. So we're never late in our escalations, because if we waited till the exact time and you had 5,000, Some of them are going to be late, and you will be out of compliance if you have a service agreement. And we don't want that to happen. An escalation rule is also really very similar, if you were to look at it, to a workflow rule. Okay, and it has multiple steps and criteria as to when you want to run. Our rules run in a specific order. Okay, there are more things to it than this, but this is, I believe, all that you need to know currently, at least it's what's here, for your exam. Validation rules come first in the scheme of things, because if a record's not saved, nothing else is going to be happening. Okay. Then assignment rules, auto response rules, workflow rules, processes, and finally escalation rules. So make sure you know this order just for these. If you go to help and training, I would take a look and see the updated version that includes flow, because there are a couple of places flow fits in, as well as approvals. I don't know if you're going to be responsible for that, as far as order of execution. I know that this is something you are responsible for. So validation, assignment, auto response, workflow, processes, escalation rules. All right, let's take a look. AW Computing Support will be taking on cases from Working Armor Bag's customers. The CEO, John, wants to automate the process and make sure customers are getting extra attention during the process. Which tools should we use? All right, so I'm going to read them. You think of the answers, and since I can't hear you, I'll tell you the answers. Working Armor Bags customers should receive a branded automatic email when they fill out a case on the website. What tool would we use? Okay, and that would be an auto response rule. Okay, and you need an email template for each step in an auto response rule. Auto response rules are only for leads and cases. Okay, and they go out of Salesforce to the person filling in the web form. Number 2, Working Armor Bags cases should be sent to a specific group of support reps. What would we use? This would be an assignment rule, a case assignment rule. Who can own cases, queues, or users? One assignment rule for case, one assignment rule for leads can be active at any time. And again, we need a default owner for our assignment rule. All new Working Armor Bags cases should be addressed within 24 hours. If not, the case should be reassigned to the customer support director. And this would be an escalation rule, cases only. An email notification should be sent to the customer service director when high priority Working Armor Bags cases are created. And I hope that you're thinking that there are lots of choices for this one. Email notifications, we have workflow, we have process builder, we have flow. That concludes our review. So a couple of things, and then I'm going to share our code with you. Okay, firstly, before you take the exam, a couple of things. Realize there is a practice exam in Trailhead. I strongly recommend taking it. It's free. Go to certification and credentials, and you'll see the practice exam. Okay, take it right after you're comfortable with your knowledge. When you think you've got it, take it. It will show you other things possibly you need to review. Okay. When you take the exam, and we're going to talk a little bit about it in just a minute, okay, be careful and read. The best advice I can give you is to read the entire question and all of the answers. Reading the last few words of the question and letter D of the answers is going to get you a couple of extra points because you get tired. It is a lot of reading. You do need to answer every question, even if you're not sure. If you only know 1 out of 2 right answers, you still have to pick number 2. Just mark it for review. It'll put a little asterisk next to it, and you can go back at the end and review. You will have plenty of time. If you're feeling you're finding an inordinate amount of time on one question, just pick something and go on. Personally, I find it takes me 4, 5, 6 questions to get into it. Don't worry about it. You can go and just answer it, go quickly till you find one you can answer easily, and then you'll be set. It really helps. Another bit of advice, if you don't know the right answers, see if you know the wrong answers. Sometimes you may not know, especially if it's pick 2, you may not know both, but you may know 2 that are wrong. If you know 2 that are wrong, you're set, because then you'll know the 2 that are right. Again, there are 60 multiple choice questions. 5 of them will not count. So you'll have 65 questions. 5 won't count, but you will not know which 5 they are. You have 1 hour and 45 minutes to complete the exam. 65% is passing. That means you can get 21 wrong. That's a lot wrong. Registration is $200. The retake is $100, and you're going to be getting a coupon, and you're going to have to write down the code worth $40 toward the fee. You can't bring anything into the test with you. No devices. You have to be able to basically come in with nothing. Okay, you can't use, they're probably going to make you take a watch off if you have a watch too. Registering for the exam, if you get into Trailhead, you'll see take an exam. If you click that, where it says register, it'll take you to a screen where you have to set up a web assessor account. Once you set up the web assessor account, you can then register to take the exam. Okay. You can take the exam at a site or online. If you go to a site, you may want to write this down, even though you'll see it there. It's called, you can find just criteriononline.com. Different, depending on where you live, you may have sites that are open and available. You may not. It really depends. If you take it online, we'll talk about some of the things you need to be concerned about in just a minute. Okay, but the easiest way, again, if you write it down, www.webassessor.com/downloads will give you the information you need to take the exam on your computer. All right, a couple of things. You are going to have to, if you're taking the exam online, which means at your home or at your office on your own computer, not at a site, okay, you are going to have to provide your license or some form of identification. Okay, so that happens. You're going to then, and this has changed a little bit, so I want to make sure I have gotten this right. Okay, you're going to have to be verified. So first, you're going to have to show your license or whatever it is to the camera. Once that happens, you're going to enter a queue and the proctor is going to get on to verify you. What does that mean? Somebody who is going to be proctoring you, they're going to be watching you when you're taking the exam at home, is probably going to have you pick up your computer and show, using your camera, the room where you're going to be sitting, your desk area. I've heard some people say if you're doing it in your bedroom, they have you climb on, show under your bed. So it's up to the proctor what they're going to see. You may have to wait a little bit till the proctor gets online. Okay. It could take you up to 15 minutes. From my experience and from feedback, it takes usually 5. So as far as the logistics go for online, what can you do? You can take now, there is a way in the exam to take online notes. If you want to write notes, you can split the screen and type them in, right? Why? Because if you go to a site, we give you scratch paper and pencils. So now you can do that too, okay, if you need to. Be aware that when you take the exam, if you're taking it on your own computer, you can't have anything else open. And if you try to Google anything, they're going to cancel your exam. All right. Right. If you do happen to take notes, well, the notes aren't saved. You can't have them. You can't print them. Don't try, because anything you do is going to possibly cause your test to cancel. Okay. Again, if you go to this link, and let me just go back to it really quickly before I give you your number, right here, the rules that you're going to need, you can find here. They're also going to be there when you sign up for the exam. All right. As mentioned, there is a trail mix that you can get in Trailhead. There are flashcards. If you go to Trailhead, you can get to these prep flashcards. Okay, so just start with Administrator Certification Prep, and then you'll see these options. Go through them, it's for your benefit. The prep trail is available, it will call these out. Okay, hold on 1 second and let me get you your code. And we have a survey for you as well. So let me get that for you too. 1 second. If you want to fill out a survey, here it is. To get your $40 voucher, and I hate to tell you, take a picture or write it down. It's SFCDW Success 306488. It's $40 off your initial exam, the $200 exam. Okay, it doesn't matter if you take it at home or at a site. But the coupon is only good till June 30th. Okay? If you happen to sign up for an exam and cancel it, you can't reuse the coupon. Okay, so just reschedule. You can keep rescheduling if you want. Right? Again, certification days FAQ to get more information, to get your questions answered. And thank you very much for attending. It's been a pleasure to present to you. I'm going to back up and show you the survey and then your coupon code I'm going to leave on. I will leave this up for the next 2 or 3 minutes, and that ends our session. Thank you so much. Good luck to all of you. I hope I see thousands of you as certified admins. Good luck and congratulations.